tankiness is there in your build because it scales off of your tankiness. So I would say he just loves the brawl. He loves being in the center of the team fights, just taking a lot of damage and also putting back or dishing out enough damage to supplement what the team needs in the turtle fights.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Lucas, when he first released, when I first watched the Hero Spotlight, I immediately thought his Beast Form's first skill was kind of dumb. And I still stand by that, but it's balanced out by the fact that he's just not nearly as tanky as like Hylos or Gatot or those sort of things.
Thank God he isn't.
So you have to build like Thunderbelt with Vengeance like that. And teams are definitely starting to figure out what the build is, but let's see what else is gonna come up.
Indeed. So we're gonna take a very short break, and only after that, then we'll be bringing you guys the very first game of today, and that is going to be Team Flash versus Liquid Indonesia. So don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back with you guys in a jiffy.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
The very first game of today, Team Flash Singapore going up against Team Liquid Indonesia. Both of these teams, they are going for a battle for foothold, considering the fact that one of these teams is definitely going to have to walk the plank, right? When it comes down to Team Flash, we are definitely looking at some changes in our roster. We'll tell you guys about the change very soon. While in the meantime, Team Liquid Indonesia, they have been, I would say, rookies, right? 3 out of 5 of them is actually rookies, but yet they have a very good run. So this game, pretty much low stakes though. I will still say that they are definitely trying to find out, how each other's team stability kind of looks like.
I think it depends on how you see it, right? Maybe a lot of you guys might think it's actually a low-stake game for Team Flash, knowing that they're a new roster, they're still testing things out, they're up against the M6 Grand Finalists, maybe more
Welcome
pressure
Prime
is
Hunter
on
to Official.
TLID to actually perform, to show up here again in the Snapdragon stage. But yeah, I would agree with your assessment here. I think there's more pressure for Team Flash, because again, for TLID, I think they're looking at this matchup and they're thinking it's just another day, right? It's the same lineup, same coaching staff, no changes at all, and the fact that they do have 3 rookies and they made it all the way to the grand finals, becoming champions in the local league MPLID, shows you just how good they are at handling pressure, and maybe pressure isn't really a problem for them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's completely not an issue though, because Team Liquid ID, they're obviously strong, right? They made it 2nd place of M Series for a reason, but their pathway into the challenge finals here has not been the smoothest. They actually had to claim the final slot in the last chance qualifier to actually make it here, losing games to teams like Evo's Holy and Aurora on the way. Even though it was close, it's not something that you'd expect to happen from a M Series Grand finalist. So I'm sure they cannot take it too easily either.
But I believe that this game, I would say that TLID probably will be
Nice to meet
Flash,
you.
kind of
NPR won
play
me.
whatever that they can, just so that they can, gonna understand how things are gonna look like. But speaking of Team Flash, I believe that we can talk a little bit more about how they look like. I did mention about the change in the roster, but what exactly is that, Sadafa?
Well, we have lost the iconic side laners that made up Team Flash previously, which is of course Diablo and Vanix, now being filled in by new names, Bongsky as well as Ken. The mid trio still remains untouched. We got Hades, we got Kurtizi and JPL. But in the current meta, side lane dominance is starting to become more and more of a priority. So there's gonna be a lot of big shoes to fill.
It's just so tough. I don't know. I think I just got to throw it back at you, Abstract. You know, as a Singaporean, looking at this lineup, this is Team Flash, the team that has been the representative of MPLSG for so long and in the international stage. I think for a whole year, it's just been Flash, Flash, Flash.
Flash, Flash, Flash. In fact, it's just NIP Flash,
Diablo.
NIP Flash, NIP Flash.
Exactly. With Diablo not being in the lineup, with Vanix not being in the lineup,
Dang.
I mean, what do you think?
It's definitely a very difficult pill to swallow, right? With both Ken and Bongsky still relatively inexperienced. The only thing that I can definitely look out for is the roaming trio, especially since they're going up against an Indonesian team. Indonesian teams are generally very, very strong in the early game, super brawly. So it really just boils down to these three who are a lot more experienced to kind of hold the reins of the game and hope that they'll be able to, stay strong.
It's crazy how they lost two big things.
Yeah.
The NIP and the D.
The NIP and the D.
The dip,
It's
the
a-
double.
from Nip Flash
We
and
used
Diablo.
to have the double
Diablo.
devil,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The double
Yeah.
Of
devil,
course.
Hades and Diablo.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we lost the Diablo,
Exactly.
so it's just a single D,
And then the Ninjas in Pajamas.
and the NIP is gone as well. The NIP is gone, the D is gone. Oh man.
It's a big loss.
It's
you
a
know? I
very
think a
big
lot of us would feel it like internally when something like that happens.
Well, we also do have got Team Flash that is pretty much returning for redemption, I guess. They finished 5th/6th in the last season challenge finals, falling during the playoffs. Now, the question is if whether they will be able to make it through to the later parts of the challenge finals this time.
It is a good question, because previously, like the old lineup with Diablo and Vanix was probably one of the strongest lineups that Singapore has ever seen, and we really saw that impact on the international stage. And now they've lost core components of that.
NIP Flash were known as the dream team. It's very similar to SRG, right? They've got everyone together. We've got the strongest EXP laner, strongest jungler, strongest gold laner, strongest literally everything.
Everyone.
And unfortunately, we lost 2 of the strongest.
It's the all-star SG team, I think for the longest time, again, Team Flash have been a dominant team. Everybody kind of knows that MPL SG, it'll just be Team Flash.
Yeah.
To a point where, is it safe to say that SG is the Flash server? You know how, we have the easy server, brawl server, boring server. Are you the Flash server?
It can go both ways, I suppose. It can be end the game in a flash, either in a good way or a bad way. We'll see how that is gonna work out in this game, I suppose. Maybe we'll see how.
Okay.
But Team Liquid Indonesia. Let's talk about them, Mirko. You have the most amount of experience and of course most amount of time with them. Tell me more about them.
Hey, let's welcome them. Liquid ID, the Cavalry, the Young Stallions. Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki here deployed today. Still no signs of Kabuki, even though he is in the lineup. Every time I see this lineup, it's just still shocking to me how Yehezkiel and Aran are the only 2 members with previous MPL experience. Every other member
MDL, right?
they didn't even make it to the MDL playoffs. They've never made it to the MDL playoffs. Aaron, Witty, and Fabian.
Damn! Wait. So you're telling me they didn't make it to MDL playoff,
No.
but they went through to MPL
Playoffs and won MPL ID Season 14 and got to the grand finals of the World Championship.
What the heck?
It's...
I think that's an appropriate reaction.
Yeah.
Like, Team Liquid ID is definitely on a dream run that many teams could only hope for And they have come so far, right? From having a majority rookie squad with literally zero MPL experience to becoming the second strongest team in the world at M Series.
Let's have a quick little recap when it comes down to Yehezgil. Is Yehezgil? Yehezgil, right? In the challenge season, he did manage to get a total amount of MVPs, and that is 10, which is the most at this point in time, and the most unique heroes used, which is total of 8. So what are the, what are some of these heroes that Yehezgil usually goes for?
He really likes to go for these very unique picks like the Xavier. I think even in the M6 World Championship, if you recall the matchup against Aurora, that was the elimination match 1-2 bracket at the Swiss stage. He pulled up the Savior. He also pulled up the Novaria a couple of times here and there. So a lot of very long-range picks that is silent but deadly. That's why Mr. Leo and Renmar gave him the moniker of the Ghost of Jakarta. You don't notice him, and then all of a sudden you see the stats. He's accumulated the most MVPs.
So he kind of plays pretty well, especially since he likes to get heroes that are, high ground heroes.
Exactly.
In fact, Yehezgil does have the Fasa portrait on him. I would suggest that is one of his most played heroes.
That's his signature.
That's his signature. Now, of course, let's take a look at the draft picks and just understand a little bit of statistics, right? From the blue side and red side is relatively similar. In fact, when it comes down to team statistics on the heroes played, in fact, both bans and those kind of stuff seems very typical and normal. But most picked is something that I always love to talk about.
I think we can move over towards the jungle now. We've been hyping up Yehezgil, but the main man for TLID for the most part, especially when you get the early game, has got to be Fabian. When he gets his hands on the Alpha, when he gets his hands on the Suyo, or a lot of the assassins that you see banned out here, the Joy, the Fanny especially, he can take control of the game and technically solo carry in a lot of instances. You can definitely see just a shift of Team Liquid ID's playstyle. It used to be just very assassin-centric. Get Fabian on the Ling, get Fabian on the Fanny, get Fabian on the Joy, to now more of a, let's snowball with the team. Let's go for the turtle fights and battle it out. Because initially they started off as a team that would be they would sacrifice a lot of turtles.
I would have assumed that they would want to play for the turtle, considering that they're more like early game kind of thing.
Now they're like that. Before
now they're like that. And Fabian is one of those rookies as well, right? Damn, what are those? What are they?
I think a lot of rookies have just been showing up, right?
Yeah.
I think last year we had a big injection of just junglers starting to pick up the pace, especially since Assassins started being introduced again. But we've got some slightly different predictions right here on the board with both me and Mirko. We obviously are going to predict second strongest team in the world. How about you, Abstract?
Let's just, I bring forward the statement from the opening show, and I kind of like changed that up a little bit. Sometimes it's very subjective as to which team I jinx and how I jinx things. Liquid Indonesia, they have been great and all. I love them. That's why I don't want to jinx them. So I'm just like, you know what? Flash my boys, you guys are gonna do great. And in the event that they actually does great, I called it.
Wait. Are you cursing or are you not? Like, you gotta stay consistent. You can't be like, you can't play in the middle, man.
You can't like predict Flash will beat TLID here and then not predict them moving through to the next phase.
My answer is yes.
Okay.
I don't think that was on the multiple choice.
No. Hey, at this point in time, everything is just a yes.
In a flash, he just makes a new answer.
Exactly. I love this.
All right.
Everything has to be very subjective and vague.
Just like the draft?
Exactly like the draft. So let's take a quick little look on the draft. With Flash onto the left side and Liquid Indonesia onto the right side.
All right, so Flash SG actually just picked up the Loyi here first pick. The Mathilda. Hilda still banned out. And yeah, even though we've seen a nerf in the hotfix patch for Hilda, it really hasn't been a prio pick in our ranked games. It still is a prio pick though for Aran. This guy is a monster on the pick on the Hilda. It's also pretty flexible here with having Winnie in the team, someone that actually really loves invading as well. But what's strange to me is the fact that they have left open the Granger and the Suyo. Now, these are two very prio picks that Liquid ID have kind of made a name for themselves with.
Yeah, I think nowadays, with teams realizing that there's just way too many meta heroes for you to possibly ban out all of them, letting through the heroes that you feel like you can counter is a very viable strategy. In fact, I think that's precisely why, despite a super high ban rate, Fanny actually has a pretty low win rate throughout the challenge season because you specifically draft against this. So in this case, Flash has left the Granger open because they know they can get the Irritel, which is still the classic Granger counter, but leaving the Suyo open is interesting. They went for the Loyi instead to go for more of that map rotation.
Destined.
Just like that, you know, Liquid ID now have a way to go for Ezreal's 100% win rate pick, the Novaria that we just mentioned earlier, one of the unique heroes that Mr. Ghost of Jakarta has been able to utilize previously, has made its appearance here in the first match of Stream A. And this is a combo that we have seen before. Long range, plus, you know, that hitbox enhancer with the Astral Echo, plus Granger.
Yep. The Astral Echo buffing up the hitbox so that Def Sonata is able to land a lot more easily. In fact, we do see the Granger combo with Artillery Mage very, very often. Though it usually is the Sicilian just to make sure that you will never ever lose the late game if your opponent isn't able to end the game early enough. Going for this though does mean they need a really solid front line. And that's something that they lack right now.
I think it should still be good though for Team Liquid ID. They have a lot of different frontliners that they can still utilize for Witty and for Aran. I think the big question has got to be Witty here, because usually he would just go for the Carmilla in a position like this, but instead they don't go for tanky. Rather, they go for extra damage. Maybe, you know, the strategy right here for Liquid is best defense is offense. They might want to just delete their opponents before the opponents try to delete them.
Well, Jawhead does love going up against these bulky, slower front lines, so being able to toss the high-lows away from the rest of Flash should enable Liquid to get pickoffs more easily, especially when comboed together with something like the Suyo. But they really do lack AoE right now to deal with potential big diversion plays coming out of Flash. I think a hero that we all need to ask about is that Badang.
Yeah, the Badang has been terrorizing the ranked games here in the Land of Dawn. I don't know if you guys have been facing the Badangs, the Sicilians, the Saviors. So it's already a very, very different game to what we play in our ranked games to the competitive scene, because we don't see any signs of Sicilian. It was left open completely, no Xavier, and just like you mentioned, no Badang. Well, not yet, though it is also a signature pick for Aran when he debuted at MPLID. Coach St. DeLucas even said that Aran reminds him a lot of Diablo.
Damn. If only Diablo is still in team.
If only. This would have been a good
Diablo is
matchup.
At that point in time, I would say that Badang would be prior.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But what is interesting here is this seems like it might be a Lucas jungle from Flash Singapore, right?
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay. There's no way it's a Hylos jungle, right?
No
It
way.
is a Lucas
No way,
jungle.
yeah.
I have played this matchup before. By the way, this, if you guys know about the collab coming in soon, you know, that's Naruto versus Sasuke right there. But
Yep.
Suyo versus Lucas, this matchup isn't really the best for Lucas. And for Lucas around the turtle fights, I'm not a big fan of him in the jungle. It's so easy to kite around and just bait his skills.
Yeah, I agree with you. Lucas is strongest at level 1 in lane, not in the jungle position. He actually needs a bit of help taking that first camp, and then is very reliant on his ultimate to go for neutral objectives as well. So when you're up against something like a Jawhead, which can just run into your jungle and mess with you, I wonder if this is the right choice.
Honestly, kind of high in cooldowns as well. Let's just put it as that.
Yep.
Especially if they don't play with, you know, what was that? What was that spell again? No, not spell. The one that you use the ultimate and then you just kind of refresh.
Temporal Raid?
Temporal Raid, yes. Unfortunately, I don't think that we'll be able to see that either way. But we're going to be looking at the debut of Lucas here on the LAN setting right now between Team Flash versus Liquid Indonesia. How's that going to look like for game number 1? We are going into the Land of Dawn.
Here we are in the Land of Dawn. Thank you so much, Abstract, for that introduction into the Land of Dawn. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Suyo versus Lucas in the jungle. It's Fabian versus Hades. And we do have a bit more time to talk about the draft here for Team Liquid ID and Flash SG. So let's get down to business. I think for Liquid, I don't know. It looks like a very early game dependent composition. They need to win the early game. They need to look for the snowball. And if they don't, yes, they can still play for the late game in a way with the Granger and the Novaria, but it's not really the best option for them. There are so many angles of attack with the Loyi, so that front to back is going to be compromised a bit. And the late game is really good for Flash SG2. They have Irithel.
Yeah, the thing is, I agree with you in the sense that Team Liquid ideally wants to be able to get early kills, right? When you have a Jawhead roam, we already saw him helping out the Suyo, clearing the jungle as fast as possible. I'm expecting them to go for a bit of an invade, but I actually don't think it's something they depend on. When you have the Granger, when you have the Novaria, you can 100% rely on your late game scaling. As long as you're not too far behind early game, you actually don't need to have too much to worry about. I actually feel like it's a Flash that really needs to win the early to mid, because Irithel, yes, late game damage is pretty good, but not nearly scaling to match Granger. And when you look at the rest of their heroes, right, Phoveus, Lucas, they're gonna drop off once you reach the full item builds. And so I think the timer's on them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's very debatable here, right? Because the big problem for the side of Team Liquid ID, especially once we get into the mid game, maybe even the late game, is the fact that, yes, Hylos is going to fall off a bit. Lucas, Phoveus are all going to be falling off in terms of damage, but they can take all the damage, I would say, that Team Liquid ID will be trying to dish out to them. Maybe the pickoff game will be great from Witty. You know, we do have now the new Smart Missile change with the Jawhead. You can shred a lot of the physical defense, but that's only onto one member. You deal with the Hylos, the Phoveus will come in, the Lucas will come in. On top of that, Irithel, I would say, has the better way in the late game here to deal damage towards a lot of the members of Liquid ID, just because the composition synergizes with each other really well. It's a full dive, and the front line will be distracting that front to back. There's so many ways to compromise the very straight front to back of Team Liquid ID.
I think because of this, Team Flash has the advantage, right? Yeah. Earlier on in the game, they're going to be so much better at straight-up man-fighting. Team Liquid has the harder composition to pull off here in general, because they need to make things happen. They gotta achieve certain conditions. They gotta split up Flash. Witty is good at picking off JPL, but he needs that backup to be able to fulfill that. So it depends on whether Team Liquid wants to go all out early, or if they want to hold back and wait for Yehezkiel and Aaron Chiki.
Thanks for the patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in the Land of Dawn here after that pause. Resumed back in for the action of Flash SG versus Team Liquid ID. We get to take a look at the player emblem here. It's the Festival of Blood and the agility with the Brave Smite for the Phoveus. Nothing really out of the ordinary. It's just a bit more defensive for JPL there on the Hylo. So no mobility, just going to rely on the Glorious Pathway. It'll be the firmness plus tenacity. And all the lanes seem to be just very, very safe, right? The Granger Irithel lane, no trades happening. It's just a farming lane. Same goes for up top. Ken, even though, you know, this is his debut on the international stage, I believe, he's got to be careful of Aran. Aran is a cheeky one.
Yeah, Aran is a very cheeky one. Oh, hold on. Witty going to be able to get the throw onto JPL. Aran is there, but not quite enough damage yet since they have a mid Novaria. So JPL, not going to need to worry about that for now.
Straight rotation into the mid lane. This is what we have been seeing. Fight Aran!
Yep, that's gonna be a two-man taunt into the ejector. Curtisi picked off straight away. First blood for Fabian. And they're gonna continue it on. Avatar the Guardian dodged by Flash, but they've already lost their mid lane. And a beautiful snipe from Fabian. Once again, the double kill for the Usurper. Now being chased down by Hades. Gonna get that kill. Ejector, though, throws the beast into the tower. Takes him down, and Witty is not quite done. He wants his own double kill.
That's a 4-1 scoreline. Team Liquid ID, straight off the bat, utilizing this early game in the composition. Witty's already looking for more. Bongski's got to be careful.
Bongski going to just barely be able to run away, but had to use his battle spell as well, just to make sure that Witty wouldn't be able to get on top of him.
It was just super disconnected, too, from Flash SG. It definitely felt like, you know, Ken wanted to go in. A few of them wanted to kite back and play for Turtle. And then at the end of it all, you saw Hades just go in solo, practically. Getting destroyed, obviously, by TLID, who are on the Turtle. Stun up coming from JPL.
Of course, Pathway comes in. Fabian still gets the Turtle, but he's going to take so much damage as Flash just surrounds him and takes him out. Aran also going to be taking out collateral damage. Double kill goes to Curtisi.
Good adaptation from Flash SG. Right off the mistake that they made in the mid lane, they notice, hey, you know, our composition relies heavily on us utilizing our resources properly, staying coordinated. They went into that turtle fight, let go of the turtle, no problem, but then went in together. Hades on that ultimate, he needs to be clinical with it. Remember, if if your ultimate gets baited out, if you use it a bit too early in these fights, it's very easy to kite away from.
Yeah, the cooldown is fairly long, and you need to be able to hit those those conditions that actually activated in the first place. That's why you already mentioned things, but Glorious Pathway used by JPL. Witty gonna be cut off by the Phobias, but Ken gets tossed into the tower. Witty will go down. Will he be able to find Ken in return? The answer is yes. The kill going over the S-Kill as Fabian comes in from the flank and picks off JPL as well.
The classic brawl from the Brawl server. Team Liquid ID continuously just fighting Flash SG, but it's actually, responded over by Flash SG really well too. They haven't really fallen off too hard. Yeah, there's a 1,000 gold lead obviously from the mistake in the mid lane. But so far, I'd say it's still not the worst for Flash SG. They picked up 4 kills on the board. They have kind of stopped the full snowball from this Jawhead composition of Team Liquid ID, and they should still be able to wait and rely on that mid-game power spike to maybe turn things around a bit.
Yeah, they really need to depend on that mid-game power spike, actually, because even though Flash has managed to stop the full-out snowball from Witty's setup, Liquid being ahead in farm this early on is actually not ideal, since we've already mentioned that Flash has the bulkier lineup, able to man-fight better, so they need to be able to find that lead back. Otherwise, Aaron, Shiki, Yehezkiel both haven't died yet. They're farming up a storm.
Aaron actually has already picked up that Sky Piercer second item, deciding not to go for the boots or not going to finish off the boost. Glorious Pathway!
Ooh, they found Witty with Glorious Pathway. AOG comes in a bit late. A beautiful two-man stun, but Fabian is now stuck by himself. Double kill going over to Hades. And now they're looking for more as Flash Singapore running down Team Liquid ID. Hades will be traded by Aaron, but they'll also lose Aaron in exchange as Ken continues chasing the Granger, finds it! With that final chase, trades his life for the enemy gold lane, and that is going to be worth it for Flash Singapore.
3 for 2 inside of the turret. Ken was able to dive in, giving so much space now to Bongski to pick up the turtle, or the turret rather, in the bottom lane. Turret number 1 going to the hands of Flash SG, and for Team Liquid ID, that early game snowball that they need to look for, it's looking kind of weird now. It's looking kind of shaky. They weren't even able to go for a trade up top. Yehezkiel pushed it in, shoved the wave in, but it wasn't able to take the turret. No ID though, still holding the control over the turtle. That's JPL with the Glorious Pathway again. Aran taking the damage.
They're focusing the guitar. He's taking a lot of damage, actually. Does he have his ultimate? Not going to be able to use it in time as he gets bursted down. Unstoppable for Curtizi. Damage on the Lucas, doing a lot in the back line as now JPL going to be trading places with Ken. He's jumping straight into Team Liquid, trying to distract Fabian. Fabian gets the kill. Who gets the turtle? Looks like it's Hades as Flash Singapore secures another neutral objective.
The stray dispersion from Curtizi takes Flava Fave out around that turtle pit. Well played. The poke, the damage, you could see it from Flash SG. And this is what we were talking about, that mid-game finally starting the show for Flash SG. The damage together with the sustain that this composition has. Liquid ID will have to be clinical with how they actually decide on targets. Who do they need to target first? And they gotta get the target down quick.
Yeah, they got 4 kills in the mid lane at the start of the game because they removed Curtizi straight away. That's like the majority of Flash's team fight damage. But ever since then, Flash have already learned they're not positioning themselves dangerously. They're making sure they're able to use their straight up frontline bulk. Ejector on JPL, but he goes for the stun on Witty. Ken gonna chase. The Team Liquid just doesn't have the damage yet.
Not yet. They really have to wait up a bit more for some items here. The Melfic Roar done already. Bongsi walking up onto Aaron Shiki with a heavy crossbow.
Goes hot lands! Ejector finds the Irritel as Bongski is punished for his overextension.
Oh! Right as we were talking about, a few of these transfers for Flash SG, no longer with Vanix, the old reliable, super safe gold lane, we get a complete opposite, I would say. Bongski has been very aggressive, farming really well, but the heavy crossbow forward into Aaron, a bit too ambitious, and he gets punished for it. This leaves a lot of tempo on the map for Team Liquid ID to gain back control.
Yeah, definitely felt like there was a bit of miscomm there because Bongski definitely wanted to go in, wanted to do the damage, but the rest of Flash was hesitant. They weren't really backing up their gold laner, and that left him completely vulnerable and isolated by himself. That cannot happen.
No.
They are playing a 5-man front to back. Diversion though, into the back line on the mid lane. Flash used by Aaron. And a beautiful disengage from both of the cores of Team Liquid. Now collapsing back onto Flash. AOG lands on 3. Curtizi shut down straight away. Fabian gonna trade his life away, but I think they're gonna get so much more in return as a double kill goes to could a Granger make that triple? This is gonna be a free lord for Team Liquid.
In most situations, you take a look at Fabian, Flavor Fave, as the main carry of TLID. But in this game, he was the distraction, the diversion. For Flash SG to target, to give all the space in the world to the Ghost of Jakarta, and Aaron Shiki on the Granger. Playing for the poke. What a disengage from Yehezkiel and Aaron to escape from the diversion play of Kurt Teasy. And now the gold lead has spiraled out of control, and Flash SG are back on the back foot.
Yehezkiel plays a good amount of Lo Yi himself. That was basically a don't quote the ancient text to me, boy. I was there when they were written. Beautiful disengage, actually, from Liquid. And they perfectly timed themselves until Flash had used up all of their resources to go for the full-out punish. Aaron, now a real problem. That's a BOD on the Granger.
Just a few kills, you know, and you get the Sky Piercer early. This is the reason you go for the Sky Piercer early on the Granger. Once you get a few kills rolling, those executes just keep on coming. And once you get that, obviously, enough gold for the BOD quick. It seems like he almost just picked up the Malefic Roar a bit too early, and then now you see a very early BOD out of nowhere. TLID looking to go for the Siege now in the mid lane. And if we're talking about that mid-game being good for Flash SG, let's talk about something else. Diversion!
Ooh, Yehezkiel gonna be caught out with the glorious pathway, and now the rest of Flash looking to re-engage, but they've already lost Bongski instantly. Bursted by Fabian. Aaron buying a lot of time in a 1v3 situation, still gonna be able to heal up. AOG cancelled, and Kurt Teasy will pick up that kill.
Great turnaround for Flash SG, again utilizing the diversion of Kurt Teasy to go with the flanks. And this time, they had information that Yehezkiel and Aaron did not have their flickers ready just yet. But we can take a look at the items once again here to take a look at the Granger, who is at 10,000 gold. Almost a 4,000 gold lead between the gold laners here, on the way to either a Winter Crown or a Queen's Wings. Depends on what he wants to go for. Always trying to get on for the winning.
Yep, they're looking for the jaw hit, but they don't really have the numbers needed. And now Ejector throws the horse into the tower. And Team Liquid says, we are the only stallions on the land of Dawn. Ken gonna be chased down. Aaron, Shiki double kill straight away. Diversion defensively, just to make sure there aren't more victims on the count.
They just keep on fighting. Flash SG get the dub, killing Yehezkiel and Aaron Shiki. It looks like it's turned around, but TLID, they do what you can't really predict. They fight on the back again. Witty outplaying, getting the ejector, and now the siege continues. No Ken, no JPL. That means the backliners are also vulnerable.
Ooh, that's a taunt. Beautifully done. Hades forced to use his ultimate. Aaron a little bit out of position, but AOG not cancelled this time. You can see the siege potential of Liquid has reached a fever pitch. And that bottom inhibitor stood no chance. But the diversion into the back once again finds the jawhead. Aaron in a tough spot, gonna find Ken, but he is by himself. A glorious pathway to try and back up to him, but he knows that he can get away. Even spam recalls a little bit to taunt Ken right to his face.
Ken trying to go for the second skill into the flicker combination there. Wasn't able to do it. Now burnt resource over for Flash SG. No surprise from Ken. Gonna have to rely on a diversion now. And even that's going to be a bit tough, right? Novaria, before all the changes, when Novaria was still meta, it was actually the best way to deal with the Lo Yi. You throw out the Astral Echo, you get vision of the entire team, and kind of cancels out what the diversion is meant to do. Surprise. Now Team Liquid ID have full control over the Lord. Doesn't seem like it's going to be contested at all. Aaron Shiki is the one who claims it. Fabian doesn't even need to commit that retribution.
You could see that Liquid were even positioning themselves just to make sure that a cheeky diversion wouldn't come in. The bushes were being scouted to make sure that the same mistakes would not be repeated. And now they have a Lord pushing in, only one inhibitor for Flash. It's going to be hard to defend this one.
Very, very difficult with the Enhanced Lord coming in. Aran trying to bait out a few resources too. Taking a brunt of that damage still. Got to catch up, pops in to revitalize, and is back to full HP. AOG!
Oh, diversion into the back, but is it too late? Glorious pathway not able to follow up as Ken is immediately bursted. Fabian, the next target though, as Hades will pick up his own killing spree. Lord on top of the crystal. Aaron Shiki in the backline. Hades jumping the Granger, doing so much damage. Winter Crown comes out. Aaron is gone. And I'm not sure if Aaron can get away. He loses immortalities, goes for the item swap, but it is not enough, as the rest of Liquid just do not have the bulk needed to save him. Team Liquid not able to find the siege they were looking for.
A bit too aggressive again for Team Liquid ID, and the diversion from behind places Yehezkiel opposition, isolates Fabian from the rest of the team, and it gave an angle for Flash SG to again do what we've been talking about that this composition will be able to do in the later stage of the game, which is destroy that front to back of Team Liquid ID. Now, it's still tough, though, for Flash SG. Yes, they have the diversion. Yes, you can see that Bongski has reached the item power spike. But Team Liquid ID have gotten so much tempo on the map. They've picked up all 3 base turrets, which means it's a 3-wave slow push, always building up for Liquid ID towards Flash SG.
Yeah, Flash were able to punish Liquid for overstaying their welcome and trying to full siege the base, but AOG comes in once again, knocks up one on Ken, and it's gonna be an unstoppable force right onto Bonsky. Throws him back into the iron sights of the Granger. Aaron Zicki now looking for more victims. JPL healing up a good amount in the pathway. Hades in the back line finds Yehezkiel unstoppable for the Lucas, but he's lost his ultimate privileges now. Oh, he's still chasing. Oh, Wind of Nature comes in for Aaron Zicki, but it's gonna be enough. Shut down on Hades, but he will be traded. The base now continues the damage. Meanwhile, in the base, we can see a teleport coming in. It is gonna be Fabian, the usurper himself, taking the victory from right under their noses.
For a second, we thought in this game he was only meant to be the distraction. He was not the main carry. He finds a way to usurp the highlight reel as well, to steal the spotlight from the rest of the team. It should have been Aaron, it should have been Yehezkiel, the 2 members who were playing from behind the damage dealers. Nope, it's Flava Fave to look for a backdoor to secure game number 1 from Flash SG.
Oh my, what a game, especially since that's the first game to end it off in a backdoor fashion. We will also zone in onto that final battle, thinking that, hey, look, Team Flash, they are still holding out all the way through.
They were winning. It definitely looked like in the later stage of the game, in these team fights, they were winning. They were caught up in all the brawls, obviously, because TLID have just been forcing them, fishing for those brawls. But in the end, like I said, TLID just had so much tempo. I think Flash SG got the light in them a bit too late in the game.
They kind of come in the early stages to always be the one that initiates as well, right? Constantly going in with the glorious pathway, to the point that I thought that TLID might have caught that, right? Or rather, definitely caught that, and it starts to become really repetitive. And they managed to get a pretty good hold on to the mid stages again, even got some very nice disengages from some of these catches.
It's a very classic style for Flash Singapore, though. And a lot of Singapore teams, they like to rely on these same strategies and just slowly refine them through the course of the game, as long as it's still working. And you have to admit, it was actually still working for most of the game. I think that TLID could have actually approached the mid to late game fights better, because they're a poke composition. They don't actually need to full send it and go 5v5. I think that's just their classic style, right? They're the kings of the Brawl server for a reason. But when you least expect it, when Flash has gotten used to man-fighting TLID, you don't even notice that Fabian is not there.
They're so into the fight already. But you know what? I do want to kind of like take a look at what Hades has been doing, especially since we're talking about Lucas, right? In fact, he went in with quite a lot of damage items. I think his process was or rather his build orders were Hunter Strike, followed by the War Axe, and then followed by the Queen's Wings, and I believe he got the Brute Force, right? Brute Force, and then they see Hellbird. So quite a lot of damage going on through, and as you can see, when it comes down to damage dealt, he also managed to rack up a total of 54,000 damage. In fact, even higher than the Mage, which normally Mages are the one that have the highest amount of damage.
Especially Lo Yi, who looked to be the carry in the early to mid game stage. But yeah, no, I gotta give props to Hades here. We were doubting the Lucas pick in the jungle. We were thinking, you know, maybe this isn't the best pick to go for. But he did it really well. He played it really, really well in the early game. I think even Liquid ID were surprised a lot of times by just how much damage Hades was dealing. And it was due to the full damage build in the early game, which isn't the norm. No,
it's not.
We are used to seeing the full tank. Again, the scaling of the abilities does pretty well with the tankiness of the hero and their items. But no, Hades does his own thing.
Yeah, the fixed build that the teams kind of settled on towards the end of the challenge season was EXP lane tank Lucas with Vengeance, as well as either War Axe or Thunderbelt as the first item, right? So this is completely different. It's a damage assassin style Lucas, right? He even went for Impure Rage, Assassin Emblem, so we kind of knew what the plan was, and it was very good at one-shotting people, but TLID just have a way of getting under your skin somehow.
Now, of course, we're gonna have to take a look at the MVP in this case, right? Who exactly is gonna be the MVP in this case? It is gonna be Aaron Shiki with the highest amount of damage dealt throughout the entire game. In fact, I think he managed to rack up very close to 100,000 damage. So total up with 10 kill, 4 death, and 5 assists. Total 964 GPM with a total kill participation of 71%. Aaron Shiki, definitely nothing surprising to me.
Yeah. At M6, we gave him the moniker of the Untouchable.
The Untouchable.
I think he was he was touched in this game. 10 and
Yep.
4 times he died here. But maybe it's time for a new moniker. Maybe it's time for him to just be the crazy one, the local one, man. On the Granger, dashing forward. It looks like he was playing an Aerithal more than a Granger in this game.
I think Aaron Shiki started to realize the weight of the moniker of Untouchable, right? You can only get so far if you're constantly thinking about your KDA. So let's switch that up. Let's use that moniker. Let's tell the opponent, hey, I'm right here. You can touch me all you want, but the rest of my team is right behind you, and they're gonna touch you even harder.
Very, very inappropriately. Let's touch him.
That's the dispersion, the rotation, the stuns in-game chat.
Exactly. That's what we are talking about, right? It's kind of tough. Let's be honest here. You're going up against an Irithel who is on a Panther. Panther? Right?
Is it a
Panther?
Is it a Panther?
I think it's a Panther.
I want like this.
Depends on the skin. It really depends on the skin.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a motorbike.
Motorbike. I mean,
Yeah.
you can just call the motorbike a Panther, right? That's the name of the motorbike.
Maybe.
It should be a brand.
It could be. It sounds cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also do have got a horse that he literally just runs right at you. It's a pony, as some people like to call it, and perhaps even a free teleportation coming from Kurtisi. In fact, Kurtisi did manage to play a pretty nice Luo Yi throughout this entire game, if I may say.
Definitely. I think we can see here again, right? That was a fight in the mid lane that turned everything around. And I think that was set up earlier, right before that, when Bongski walked up with the heavy crossbow, very ambitiously trying to pick up the Granger. That was what gave Liquid ID the tempo to set up for that play. You saw that Flash SG always just looked for the skirmish, always just looked for the brawl, and like you said, the adaptation made by Liquid ID was, sure, we'll take the brawl, we will have an AOG, we will have so many ways to re-engage, and just throw more things at them, as long as we keep Yehezkiel and Aaron Shiki far back.
Yeah, the thing that separates Liquid ID from a lot of other teams is that, on paper, you should not do that.
No.
You have a Novaria, you have a Granger, you just whittle down from afar and then only take the fight when the opponent is low. But no, they just decide, we're gonna man fight you, does not matter. And when the rest of Flash was distracted in the mid lane, just trying to finally chase down the untouchable man himself, Fabian appears out of nowhere, touches the base really hard. The base does not like it, decides it's time to get out of here.
Decides it's time to explode.
Yep.
I really like the zoom that they the production did as well.
Even the zoom didn't catch it fully, right? Like, even the zoom couldn't
Even the
catch
zoom,
Fabian.
I'm looking at the main fight. And we went through that already. We already know that there's like that backdoor going on, and I'm still watching the big fight in middle lane, despite the zoom. Like, thanks. G.
Fabian. Again, just classic Fabian things. This is what he likes to do, even in MPLID. You know, earlier on, this was the style that Team Liquid ID really liked to play with, which is, it's basically diversions everywhere on the map to get the macro control. They have found that, they have found a new playstyle, and they've implemented the old one together with the new.
It honestly is terrifying, because if they're able to combine both of these playstyles, Team Liquid is going to become even stronger than they were at the recent M series. The fact that they were able to out-diversion a Luo Yi is already a clear sign of their growth.
So maybe we'll be able to find out if whether there's more growth coming in for both of these teams. In fact, I'm just looking out for my Flash boys. Hopefully they will be able to come back stronger for game number 2. But in the meantime, we're gonna go off for a very short break, and once we're back, we'll give you guys game number 2.
Steady jump to side.
Nice to meet you. MPR1 me.
Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart.
Welcome back to the show here at the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. We just completed game number 1 between Flash Singapore versus Team Liquid Indonesia, with Team Liquid Indonesia getting themselves a backdoor win. Definitely not the way that we thought that it would end, especially since both teams are super brawly. But hey, Fabian just doing what he likes.
Yeah, a game full of action, a game full of team fights. In the end, it was just a base and an assassin, fighter, tank, everything. Suyo.
That's Suyo.
Suyo is everything. Everything you ever wanted in the hero is in Suyo. You got range, you got sustain, you got AoE, you got clear, you got ability, and execute, and it was nerfed. Thank God it was nerfed.
Thank God.
You brought back bad memories. I even forgot it was there. I erased it from my
It was
mind.
an auto retreat. You had a Bauman ult on your second
Like,
skill.
yeah, Solo's always been like this, right? He's always been okay, you know? But no, I completely forgot about that. And I guess that's why his win rate is still at 62%, even though he is literally the most picked hero here at SPS.
43 times out of the so many games that we have had so far. Suyo has been undeniably one of the favorite heroes that everyone have to go for. I mean, makes sense. I can definitely understand. But I would love for Lucas to be one of those heroes as well. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, I don't think so. No, especially considering, again, we just saw the debut of Lucas in the Challenge Finals. It was in the jungle role, which is not the usual role we see him in.
Damagey as well.
Damagey. We saw how good it could be, though. I think Hades played it really, really well, and I think he brought out a lot of the potential, the hidden potential that we didn't really see of a Lucas in the jungle. Because, again, in every single rank game that I've faced a Lucas in the jungle, it's just been a stomp. And it's not a good stomp for Lucas. You know, the Lucas gets stomped.
Yeah, it's
hard.
It's nice to see a damage Lucas, and I love that it was actually pulled off fairly well, but there are still definitely a lot of cons to it, which make it so that that's not usually where you would put the hero, right? It's very all in. Once you go in, once you get that execute, how do you get out, right? And you're not tanky the same way too.
But you can see how it's just very hard, even the conditions, to pick the Lucas jungle. Because once they pick up the Lucas jungle, they gotta pick up a counter. They gotta pick up the Phobius away. Because Aran can play the Phobius too. It was still up for grabs. And now, you actually do see the Phobius get banned out by Liquid ID, which means there might be an angle to go for a Lucas in the XP, but I would say even the Joy... No, okay, it was banned out. All right. Good setup, though, with the Phobius ban for the Joy. Granger should still probably be the first pick here for Liquid ID.
Yeah, I was wondering if they would pick the Granger or the Loyi in this case, just to play Flash at their own game, but Granger going to be the pick. And Flash instantly locks in the Hilda and Loyi. They banned the Hilda themselves in game number 1.
There's so much respect from Flash SG towards Liquid ID with the Hilda. It was banned and now it's picked away, but I really feel like they should have just played their game here. Maybe pick up a Suyo, a jungle that does well against the Hilda anyways, you know? Because Liquid ID now, I was thinking about a possible Mathilda Alpha combination to deal with the Hilda, but they just go with the Suyo plus Novaria again. This time, it won't really be as scary with a Hilda jumping in, but okay, Lucas still Flash SG. Want to double down on the Lucas jungle.
It's not a bad time to pick a Lucas, because at the hero that you pick in this slot, you can immediately ban counters to it, right? So if this is not a jungle Lucas, maybe they put it in EXP this time, then they can get rid of heroes like the CC or the Valentina, which we sometimes see people go just to cheese out the hero. But
do we think Hilda is still a good roamer?
Definitely not as good as before. Still effective, but now with a very limited timing. You have to mess with the enemy jungle in the first couple minutes, And if you don't successfully do that, you lose a lot of your value.
But with the ban on the Blues, though, it kind of really just suggests that they want to get the priority with the Hilda and EXP.
Yeah, they definitely do. They don't want a glue to be holding her off from actually invading, getting pressure on the map, and it will be the Irithel ban. And again, this is usually the answer to a Granger first pick. You usually see the Irithel picked up straight off the bat on the red side. So with the Irithel ban out together with the Harith, the gold lane's going to be a bit tough, right? I personally can't think of a hero right now. Maybe if you want to dive in, the Claude could do well against the Granger and Novaria, but you need to play the laning phase really, really well. Good Badang ban though from Flash SG.
Yep.
Something we were thinking about in game 1, but didn't really get to see. We do get to see the ban here, respecting Aran, who has played a few Badang games.
I am of mixed feelings because I would love to see a Badang being played, but I would also be terrified to see a Badang being played just because of how much he has been terrifying the pub scene recently, right? So powerful with the cooldown build that we are seeing nowadays, but
It's broken.
Flash just don't want to deal with that. Especially when you have Hilda and Lucas, if they get locked down, they don't have a lot of ways of getting out.
So many ways to disengage. I think that's what makes Badang really, really good, right? You lock down a lot of the engage potential from the enemy team. And if you guys don't know, Badang can stack up the Thunderbelt with just skill 1. Every skill 1 gets you a proc. It gets you a stack. It's busted. You get to see like 50, 60 stack Badang on average per game. Cho for Flash SG. This is something that Abstract already brought up to us actually before the game even started. JPL loves the screening type of heroes. He wants to just spy on the enemy team, get the positions, and inform the team again that, yeah, they're here. Do we want to go for the pickoff or do we want to chill?
It's kind of like a thing for Flash, right? Whenever they lose the game, or rather they are on match point, they just be like, okay, let's just play what we are very good at. And that was when the Benedetta appeared on the Diablo. That is when we've got literally them playing whatever that they want. Even to the point that Katizi plays the Martyrs in the middle lane.
So what's Bongski's signature pick? That's the question now.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right? These are new faces being added to Flash, but Team Liquid are just sticking with the basics. This is effectively the same build from before with the single change of the high-lows, and looks like that is going to be a Claude. So Flash definitely going for the comfort style of play, but I'm not sure if that's enough actually.
Yeah, I think they definitely had a better draft in game number 1 compared to game number 2, in my opinion, right? And it's just because of the Claude here. The Irithel provides so much more damage earlier, so much more threat earlier towards the Granger as well. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid ID here, it does seem like Granger should have a better time in lane against the Claude, but the Cho will be concerning. And I think the big question will be, will Aaron and Yehezkiel still gamble it out to bring a Flicker? Or do they go Purify to respect that Cho?
Typically, when I look at the show, I will always just be thinking, is there anyone that can really make full use of that single target knockout, right? Or rather, in this case, it would be that Hilda. But let's not forget about the fact that we do have got a Lucas that played damage, and he can burst people down. So perhaps that is going to be another one of the heroes that we can expect making full use of the Way of the Dragon. Here we go, game number 2. Let's go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is match point for Team Liquid ID. The Young Stallions up against a very new Flash SG roster with Ken and Bongski in the mix. This time with the Claude together with Still, the double down on the Lucas jungle. Will they take game 2? Or Fabian get a little bit of a cheeky poke? Whoa!
Ooh,
that's a lot of damage.
Really is a lot of damage, and it really highlights how much siege potential these heroes have on Team Liquid. It's not just the Granger and the Novaria, you even have the Evil Quelling coming in from the Suyo. You cannot afford to overextend yourself too dangerously, especially since now you really cannot afford to lose that early game advantage.
The Queller. Player emblems, here it is. It's the same, right? Nothing really changing here. Tenacity and firmness from Aaron Shiki. And we do get our answers to the questions that we asked earlier for Aaron Shiki and Yehezkiel. Do they go for Purify, safer, or do they gamble with the Flicker and just react to the plays from Flash? They will go for Flicker. They will try to just dodge away and space out from these pick-off attempts of Flash SG.
The one big difference between Flash's draft in Game 1 and 2 is that this composition lets them dive the backline more easily. The previous comp was very 5-man front to back, but now JPL gonna get thrown over the Fabian, and ooh, the Star Shatter barely missing. JPL gonna escape for now.
Yeah, well, much more comfortable it seems TLID in the early game this time around compared to the previous one, where Flash SG had a lot of tanky members to play around. And that's, I guess, the negative of having a draft like this compared to the previous one, right? We already outlined the positives there, having ways to dive in, but now turtle control is kind of non-existent with the Jawhead and the Hylos, and especially the underrated wave clear of the Navaria.
Yeah, you are sometimes surprised by how quickly his skill is able to clear up that mid lane and immediately start rotating over. The Astral Echo provides you a lot of vision, so JPL has it a lot more difficult to try and dive into the backline because there's always going to be some vision control on the Liquid side. So Kurtz really needs to pull off some strong diversion plays this game.
And now it's back to the farming game. It looks like Team they're not going to respond the same way that they did in game number one. Game number one, the response for TLID against a very brawly composition of Flash SG was, let's fight it out. Sure, you want to brawl? We can brawl. This time it's like, you want to brawl? Nah, we got the neutral objective. We have the win condition already placed down, which is scale up to mid game. We can wait for the Novaria and the Granger. We can outscale you. And again, this time there's no Earthel, so there's no real way of like, there's not a big power spike anymore for the gold lane. It's just Kurtz and Hades that they have to rely on for damage in the mid game.
Ooh, I think JPL looking for Fabian but not able to find it. That was a diversion committed in the mid lane too.
Whoa.
And Subtle Force onto Kurt, flicker away, but in the meantime, Yehezkiel gonna be jumped on by Hades. Glorious Pathway comes in from Aran from the bot side, now targeting Ken, but Witty going to end up falling as first blood to Kurtz. And Fabian even having to dash away from Hades. A small win in the beginning here for Flash.
Good flicker from Kurtz, really just isolating Witty and stopping the pickoff potential of that Jawhead, giving Flash SG an angle of an attack towards the backline. Yehezkiel compromised. Hades took control with the Lucas, and now it sets up perfectly for turtle number 2. It's just TLID, can they punish some of these already missing resources? And remember, no flicker from Kurtz, but Witty still has that flicker. So possible pickoffs as the Granger makes his way into the turtle as well.
We can see 4 members of Liquid around the turtle pit. JPL gonna be scouting out, gets stunned by Aran, but looks like Flash doesn't want to contest this. They're not quite in position for it, so they'll give it over to Liquid.
From Brawl to Bore, right? It's time for Team Liquid ID to try to bore Flash SG out. If you want to go for the brawls, we'll just farm. We'll play the macro game, just split it up. But at a diversion, we'll try to make it tougher, I guess, but yeah, I don't know if they can even take that risk. They can't go for the crazy flanks just yet, knowing that Team Liquid ID, if they read it out, could punish very easily with Astral Echo.
Yeah, it seems like Flash is leaning completely into a more comfort style of play. Take it slow, play around vision, even using the diversion for rotations instead of pickoffs. JPL misses the kick, wrong direction, so Witty is perfectly fine here. And Liquid continuing to just farm around the map, taking advantage of Flash's passiveness.
There's such an annoying playstyle to deal with here, man. The pokes constantly with the Astral Echo. And so far, this has been without the Granger. It's just been the Queller of Fabian and Yehezkiel with the Star Shatter. Once the Rhapsody, once he gets enough stacks and the Rhapsody comes in, the Death Sonata as well, it'll be even tougher for Flash SG to deal with this, and you can already see the builds coming in as well. Sky Piercer done. Aran holding Ken down, and they're trying to just zone them away off the turret to utilize this range to siege that turret up top. It's going to be traded for the bottom one.
Yeah, Flash losing on that early game advantage that they were hoping to get with this Hilda is really not a good sign, especially since Aaron already has a 1k gold lead over Bongski, despite not much happening in the goal lane. Liquid are just out macroing their opponents. Ejector onto Ken. Diversion comes in though. JPL looking for the kick, going to find Witty. Wrong direction again as Aran survives the Glorious Pathway, and a beautiful set of damage done by Fabian. Picks off Ken. Aran even walks out scot-free.
Oh, I cannot believe Aran made it out of there. He was literally in the thick of it. Pops in the Revitalize, gets away with the Glorious Pathway. Flash SG, that was a disaster. The diversion punish with the Astral Echo, we saw that though from TLID. Once those hitboxes are enhanced and once you have vision of every single member, this Loi kind of becomes quite easy to deal with. And TLID again, with control, JPL goes for the kick, but it's only on Aran.
Yeah, and they don't have enough damage yet. Ejector onto Ken as well, just to toss him aside. Aran totally fine, just standing in his own pathway, healing up. Fabian secures the turtle easily. And Flash already knows they cannot continue. Liquid just walking away with more and more after every skirmish.
I think it's time to try to deep dive into the laning phase of the Claude and the Granger, right? Because this is something that I already mentioned earlier. Not picking up the Irithyll, hold up, waiting with the conceal in the bottom lane. Oh, gets the flank!
Yep, Ejector throws Hades right in front of Aaron Shiki. That's a nice delivery right there, and Aaron Shiki will appreciate that. First kill for the Granger, first of many, as Flash are not looking good.
Yikes. Aaron with a BOD, and I believe this is his third item, so he didn't go for the Malefic Roar build like he did previously. Again, Astral Echo, and this time there's a Detonata Rhapsody over to JPL.
He's gonna have to dash out of this.
Oh,
Glorious
man.
Pathway used just the zone flash away from the tower and taken so easily. Like you mentioned, Marco, 3 items done on Aaron before the 8-minute mark.
Yeah.
This is just a terrible situation for Flash Singapore. Diversion comes in, but Aaron flickers away, gonna be jumped on by the Hilda, and Curtisi follows with Flicker. They finally pick off the Granger, but the rest of them are scattered. Fabian misses the Blade Surge, but JPL gets the kick onto the Suyo, right into Bongski. Fabian is picked off as Flash finally finds the trades they wanted.
That was the flank that they were looking for the entire game with the diversion. And finally, as Team Liquid ID have gotten turrets, it leaves an angle of attack for Flash SG to claim some more bushes, to diversion into, you know, again, bushes that you might not predict for them to be in. Good maneuver by Flash SG, and now they gotta try to somehow take back control of the game. But unfortunately for them, there's no neutral objective up, and there are no trades on the board. There are no objectives to take. Yes, a structure up top, tier 1, but the mid lane is still free. Diversion there, just to scout things out. TLID spotted it and will stop Flash SG's attempt of going for another flank. And Aran will continue to just screen. Look for Flash SG. Get information, whether or not they are still there, or if they're looking for a diversion. TLID are quick with it. They are trying to blitz it.
They're blitzing it, but here comes Hades, pushes Fabian away. He dodges it with the iframes, goes for the Lord, gets picked off by Curtisi. Aaron trades for Hades though. The Lord is 50-50, and it is stolen by JPL. As now Bongski jumps in with Blazing Duet. Team Liquid are low. They've already lost 2. Aran, the next one on the menu. But a nice Star Shatter will keep JPL from chasing.
Wow, great engage from Hades, jumping in, and again, Fabian caught off guard. This is the full damage build that we were talking about that really gets your mind twisted. You don't expect the Lucas to be dealing that much damage. Yes, you expect him to deal damage, but not that much. The Suyo was bursted. This is the most complete hero in the game. The guy who can take a lot of damage while also dishing out damage, but he cannot take the damage of a full damage Hades with Lucas. That was ridiculous. He walked in and took a third of Fabian's HP.
Yeah, I think if we consider the future collab upcoming, I think it's very classic for Sasuke to be surprised by what Naruto can do. As JPL comes in, gets the wrong kick on the Yehezkiel instead, and bites the bullet for it.
The Way of the Dragon. He got the Jiku No over to Aaron Shiki, but Yehezkiel was lower HP, so the auto target went to Yehezkiel. Hey, it happens to the best of us, man. You know, it happens to all of us. And here in the mid lane, does seem like they will still be able to dish out. Wait, there's a
bot lane.
Bot lane, Lucas just going and hammering down the turret. Novaria sent down, Aran very low, Ken chasing.
Yep, Ken wants that kill. The Hilux is so low, but not able to finish him off. Revitalized, tops him up in time. And now Ken being sniped from afar. Fabian from the back line, who's surfing them once again. Aerochiki! Oh, I thought he would survive, but he was finished off by the Blazing Duet as Fabian jumps in, gets 1. Bongski gonna be traded. Double kill for the Suyo.
Lucas is still in the base. Hades gonna be compromised. Bad position.
I'm
now,
hungry.
An Astral Echo.
Yep, they're gonna chase him down, but look at the regen. He's gonna push back Aran and spit in his face as the diversion brings in JPL and Curtisi. Fabian, does he want to go for more? Looks like the answer is no.
All right. Both teams stabilized, but it's great for Flash SG. Liquid ID's lead in a flash has disappeared. Flash SG have brawled themselves into a win against the Brawl Server Kings.
Team Liquid, they're a strong opponent, but they still make some of these classic mistakes. They love their brawling a bit too much. And it's good to have confidence in your micro abilities, but they can cost you heavily. All the lead that they gained until now evaporated in an instant. the massive gold advantage that Aaron had in the beginning now is a measly 700 as Bonksky is keeping up on this Claude.
The problem has yet to come. Now the Wind of Nature is coming in.
Ensemble Force throws JPL back, flickers away, Glorious Pathway comes out, he's trapped, Aaron snipes him down, flicker from Curtizi will make sure JPL is the only victim.
Just as you think Flash SG have taken back control of the game, they get picked off, a diversion into the back, but now it's
That's
spotted!
a risky one! They dive straight into Team Liquid.
What?
Winter Crown gonna keep Fabian alive. Bonksky tries to jump forward. Philly's placing duet. Wasted.
Oh no.
Fabian just runs away. Witty just buying time as now Aaron has a free kill. Wind of Nature won't save you for long, my friend. Killing spree for Aaron. And even Aran picking up. Oh, they wipe them out in the mid lane.
JPL spawns in right after that wipeout. TLID. You can see why Fabian went for the rush onto the Winter Crown. I believe that was his 4th item. So instead of going for damage, instead of going for like an immortality, he goes for the Winter Crown, knowing that Flash SG happened to want to make these surprising plays. So pops into Winter Crown, baits out everybody, and gives TLID angle of attack.
Lane Surge connects, Ken melts in an instant, and Aaron with the mega kill snipes him in the backline. JPL the only survivor. Never mind, he's gone instantly, and so are Flash Singapore's chances as Team Liquid Indonesia sweeps the floor with the Singaporean representatives.
A tough pill to swallow for Flash. 2 games where they were able to hold back control, to gain back the control that they lost so early in the game. They've lost it again. Team fights have been good, but for some reason it just feels like the young Stallions have that dog in him, or should I say, they got that horse in him.
Well, unfortunately for Team Flash, they did not manage to get a single point away from Team Liquid Indonesia as much as I really wanted them to be able to. The last game, the most previous game, is pretty nice, right? Being able to get the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane pretty early on. A huge thanks over to Hades, but they didn't really manage to use that towards their advantage.
Yeah, I think Team Flash just depended a little bit too much on things that they felt were reliable without properly reacting to TLID. And going for pocket picks is perfectly fine, especially in a tight spot. You want to just go for comfort and try to beat them at your own game, but you're just kind of playing into them at this point. Picking the Claude when there's a Novaria and Granger, you know they outscale you, and Claude doesn't even match up in the laning phase. And then they pick the Hilda early as well. You don't want to reveal your EXP lane before the opponent does in this meta. Ken just basically had no pressure the whole game.
I really wonder what stopped Flash SG from going for something like a Hayabusa, right? In game number 1, it was the ban, obviously, in the second phase, but in this game, instead of the Lucas, I thought maybe an angle of an attack would be the Hayabusa. Maybe that was the reason as to why they picked up the Hilda early, right? It's to stop the XP pressure, the Hilda pressure from an assassin. But they ended up still going for the Lucas, and then it put Bonksky in a tough spot, because if not the Claude, then what? The Irithel. Irithel was banned out, and then obviously Harith was also banned out, so it leaves very small. The space for another hero to come up is just not really the best here. I don't think any other hero could have done what the Claude did, and the Claude was the best choice, I think.
Irithel coming in on the second phase of the ban was definitely quite a painful one.
Yep.
We would all be thinking, yeah, Lucas being in first phase pick is kind of surprising. Irithel would have been great. In the previous game, the Irithel did not too bad as well. Maybe a little bit of a hiccups here and there because of positionings. But other than that, the Irithel just did what she gotta have to do.
Yeah, and I also feel like, mentally speaking, Flash started getting a little bit tilted towards the end. A little bit
Kinda
desperate.
gassed out, right?
Especially with that final diversion play into the Lord Pit, when you're already outnumbered. They were just hoping to burst down Fabian as fast as possible. But they grouped themselves up. They already took so much damage from his soul server himself, and then the Winter Crown comes out, and then they're just doomed at that point, right? That's why you see Fabian being the MVP once again. Suyo does so much for you in the hands of a skilled player.
I think the thing that really stands out, or rather a little bit more jarring on this end, is the aggressiveness coming from Bonksy as the goal laner. I think we're just so used to seeing how Vanek plays, looking for opportunities before he actually just goes in. But for both the heroes that the Bonksy played, both of them have got pretty decent amount of mobility. He took the stride forward, and is always the one that went in first, or last to get out.
I guess you could say the inexperience was definitely visible as well from Bongski and for Ken, right? It definitely looked like in game number 1, game number 2, in the early game they were doing good when it was still a template game. But once it became, you know, a game of adaptation, a game of just changing positions and changing your playstyle, Bongski and Ken did fall flat. Bongski, a lot of big moments, and then in the final moment, a blazing duet committed down that left him in a very bad position. But I would say, you know, I think it's still good that we see these rookies perform at this level. They were able to make it close up against the M6 Grand Finalists and Team Liquid ID. So good potential for Ken and Bongski.
Yeah, I actually don't blame Ken and Bongski very much. It's very tough to come in the challenge finals of SPS when you haven't had a chance to really play much with your lineup yet. I think they did respectively, but have a lot of work to do. The players I actually want to call out are the veterans. I feel like Hades was too caught up in this Lucas pick. I don't know if it worked really well for them in scrims or something, but there's a reason you don't see it very often. Curtisi tried to do what he could, but I think JPL took the biggest hit. Cho is his signature, a hero he has played for years, and he landed like what? One good wave of Dragon the entire game.
That's definitely a tough pill to swallow from this point on, right? The veterans, especially since we're kind of like healing out for them, being the, you know, the roaming trio, we are really looking out for them. But we move on from that part. We talk about Fabian, the rookie, the one that came in as a Suyo with 3:2:6 when it comes down to KDM, a total of 852 GPM, with a total queue participation of 64%. This time, Fabian has got a way higher GPM and, of course, total amount of economy as compared to his jungle counterpart, the Hades.
It's all about controlling the neutral objective in this game, right? I would say, yeah, it was actually a game still full of action, but less action compared to game number 1, especially in the early game. And what led to TLID's dominance in the early game were the turtle fights, were the neutral objective takes, and it was just sublime from Fabian. Great pathing in the jungle to get a gold lead very early up against that Lucas. You could see even in this position when Fabian ended up getting picked off, he was 3 levels ahead of Hades. Here, 2 levels ahead of Hades still.
Actually, his position is so good as well because he got jumped on JPL. You think he would try to escape. Nope, jumps into the Lord, wants to get it before he dies. He failed to do so here, but instantly after this play, he adjusts, buys the Winter Crown straight away. He knows Hades is gonna jump him in the next fight, and he's already pre-equipped for it.
You can see the awareness of Fabian in the team fights as well. It's just really, really good. Always able to find the flanks in game number 1, obviously finding the game-ending play as well. And here, having the discipline to say, you know what? Even though they're all low, it's not really worth it for me to dive in. The Lord is going to be spawning very soon. I might as well just play and defend, wait for my team to come back up. And here, this was the Winter Crown that baited in Flash SG. And then, obviously, dodging away from the Blazing Duet. That's another bonus. Goes in for the Queller, secures the orange buff, and leaves Bongski to Aaron.
Yeah, this was too desperate from Flash. I like the idea, I like the initiative, but there needed to be a little bit more planning. If you're gonna try and play off of those kind of pickoffs, it needs to happen earlier. And I think the early game was too passive from them when they have an EXP lane Hilda.
They definitely, at least for Team Flash, they definitely tried to look for opportunities and try to, you know, get themselves a little bit more better traits here and there. But TLID, they just definitely know the game a lot better. And as the team that has, what can I say? What accolades do I have got to say about them? Best team? No. Best team is for Bigatron Alpha.
Exactly.
But
these are the young stallions.
Young stallions.
The rookie champions.
The rookie champions. They have definitely performed well in this 2-0 fashion. And I gotta have to say, I'm definitely gonna be looking forward to game number 3, where I believe that we'll be seeing them again against Bigatron Alpha.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's gonna be very interesting.
I forgot
right?
that matchup exists.
You got the Brawl Kings versus your best team in the world. What do you think of that?
No comment.
All right.
No comment.
All right.
They're both the best, but one is slightly better. Which one? I don't know.
Which one?
We'll let the comments decide that.
decide.
I think what's really interesting is that up until now, TLID were actually a little bit shaky, right? We already pointed out they had to get the last slot in the last chance qualifiers rather than going straight through as you would expect from an M-Series Grand Finalist. We actually wanted to highlight before this that this team needs stability. They need to be able to take advantage of their rookie status while keeping the discipline you expect from veterans, right? I think they're horses, right? They want stables, but They went
I
the
like it.
opposite direction.
like it.
right?
Wow.
They went the opposite direction. They don't want stability. They want to be the stampede. They want to be the cavalry that they always were and run down their opponents even if they're playing a poke composition.
Instead of settling down in a stable, they choose to run wild.
Yeah.
They're wild stallions, man. They're not the controlled stallions. No. They want to... I mean, I think it's good, right?
I think it's pretty
The
nice.
metaphor
Yeah.
is, I think after such a crazy level of success, being rookies, it would be bad to be complacent. You have to reach out for more. You have to go and, step out of your comfort zone. And I think that's what they're doing right now.
At this point in time, is it even right to still call them rookies?
No, they're no longer rookies. They
I
made it
think-
to M6. They were champions of MPID. They're no longer rookies. No.
They're all
they're
grown
Rockies.
up. They're all Rockies.
Rockies.
Yep. It's
They rock. Right?
They rock.
They rock. They really do. Like, I'm still surprised. I'm still surprised at the approach that they take in the game. Literally turning the Land of Dawn into their grazing field, right? It's not even a question.
Oh man, I really do want to listen out to what Team Liquid Indonesia has got to say though. We do have an interview that we are going to be throwing into. The question is who's the interviewee and who's the interviewer?
Who's
Let's
this?
jump right in.
Oi!
So we are the interviewers.
Hello.
Hey!
Hello, coach.
Hello.
Hey coach.
Hello.
It's been a long time. The last time I seen him is in RSG Singapore. Is very, very nostalgic. But how's the game like for you guys? 2-0, is that an expected result?
I think yes. I think we get the winning at the first match is very important because this is our momentum also to play the next match. Yeah.
Coach, I got a question. Novaria isn't really the most meta pick right now. We've seen so many non-meta picks from TLID, and I believe you are the mastermind around, a lot of these off-meta picks. Even in RSGSG, he was, he picked up the Badang, he picked up all these random picks. What's with it with Saint Lucas and crazy heroes? Like, is that just your thing, Coach? And how do you test those things out? Is that an experiment or is it just a wild idea?
I think for the first match we need to test our limit, and I think we trying to keep fighting the Loi against Novaria, and we got advantage also because the Granger Novaria combo, like you guys know also, their poking damage is very strong. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I actually
Honestly.
wanted to talk a little bit
Yes.
about Badang, right?
Okay.
Will we see a Badang coming in from Liquid Indonesia?
I want to pick Badang, but the Flash don't have Diablo. That's why.
Maybe we'll see the next one, I guess.
Fair enough, right? I mean, Coach, you have said before that Aran resembles Diablo, right? In this playstyle when he first debuted for Aura back in the day before Liquid. So,
Yes.
could we possibly see, a Jawhead XP, a Guinevere XP too from Mr. Aran?
Let's see later, I think. Yes.
Okay.
Jawhead is a big pick now.
Teasing us.
I think that's exactly what we want. Like, we like to be teased a little bit. We're all fans of MLBB. We want to see what's next. But I gotta ask, Coach, right? Because you mentioned the Granger and the Novaria is more of a poking composition. But in both of these games, Team Liquid weren't really playing poking. They were kind of just running at Team Flash. Was that always the plan?
I think for that one is we got outplayed by Loi teleport. I think that Loi is make our team really overthinking, but yeah, they are executing well, and also the enemy making mistake. That's why we can punish them.
Now, Coach, do you have anything that you'd like to say to Team Flash, or is there anything, any comments that you want to say coming forward?
Okay, bring back Diablo.
Bring back Diablo. You gotta bring the D back to Flash.
Yeah, we gotta get the double Ds, man.
What's the double D?
The double devil.
The double devils, Hades and Diablo, yes. All right.
Any other questions open to the coach? Let's make that the last.
Well, I guess I got a question. Coach, out of all the
Yep.
teams in your group, which team are you most excited to face off against?
I think
ZZZZ.
for sure.
Of course.
Because we still having win against them.
Yep.
We haven't win them. Yeah. They're
Unfortunately,
still a strong team, and I think they are the strongest team right now. So that's why, yeah.
we won't be able to see them in day one
Not
at the
yet.
very least. Yep. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. Thank you so much to,
Thank you,
to
Coach.
Coach St. Lucas. We'll see you hopefully
you.
very soon. Thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the games coming up for you.
Thank you.
Now, when it comes down to the panel, guys, we are going to be rotating the casters very soon. In fact, we'll probably be bringing Renmar over to the set, right?
I believe so.
We're
yeah.
gonna be transforming into Renmar? How does that work?
Well, it's you know, for example, right? When Lucas gets enough energy, he turns into a beast.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Renmar is the beast.
So you're the human, and he's the beast.
You'll have to ask him that. It's a different personality, you know. It's a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation.
Okay, we'll have quite something to work with. But of course, the next game that's upcoming is gonna be EVOS Holy versus RRQ Hoshi. That's the game that we're gonna have to look out for. But since we'll have Mr. Sadafa kind of changing into Renmar, let's hear it from you, right? Between these two players, or rather these two teams, what's the prediction like?
Ooh, refresh me again. Who were the teams?
It is EVOS Holy versus RRQ Hoshi. Both are Indonesian.
That's a tough one. I like RQ. I already mentioned earlier. I do like the way they play the game. I'm a big fan of Sutsujin, especially. But I love the underdog. And EVOS Holy has made such an incredible run so far. Like, I think they're the only team to make it from the qualifiers.
From Open? Open qualifiers?
I think so.
Wow.
So I was like, oh, how do I predict?
Well, we'll come up and of course predict a little bit more when we bring Nerma in as well. So maybe we'll just kind of like yoink you in for now for a bit. We'll get back to that, okay? You can have some time to talk to think about it. Because for now, we do have a QR code that's just right over there. You guys can scan the QR code right here. Yes, scan it. That is gonna be the ticketing for the Snapdragon Mobile Master. You can head on to www.esl.gg/SPSmaster S25 tickets because it all starts from 10,000 Indonesian rupees?
Rupiah. Oh my lord.
So how much is that in USD?
That's not even one.
Huh?
1 USD is 16,000 IDR. That's not even $1. That is...
Oh, wow.
It's like 75 cents.
It's open to everyone then, in that case?
Open to everybody. Go ahead, guys. SPS Masters will be, the Mobile Masters will be in Jakarta, I believe in April. So, hey, I'm excited. I'm excited to see these guys later on as well in Jakarta.
I hope that we'll be able to see you then.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I hope I see you, Abstract. I hope I see you, Stafa.
Yeah.
Well,
Me too.
we'll see each other in the next part of the series. Well, at least the transformed
Not Sadafa.
Sadafa.
Yeah,
The transformed
it's
Sadafa.
Ren
It's technically
Dafa.
me.
Rendafa.
Rendafa.
We'll come up with a new name for the Sadafa X Renmar kind of abomination thing going on. But we're gonna go
dare
for
you
a
call me
short
that.
break. With, of course, EVOS Holy versus RRQ Hoshi. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Yeah, I just cut my new hair. What do you guys think? Is it good or bad?
Nggak setuju sih kalau yang itu no King of No Era, berarti dia kayak ini ya, nyepelein gitu.
My thank you to the fans that are very entertained by my gameplay or by my personality. I will try harder to make you all happy.
Pembohongan publik biar scene Mobile Legends rame aja mungkin.
Nah, alhamdulillah itu bisa dibilang ya ucap syukur kita lah.
Enggak dong, kan aku masih di BG dan masih main di turnamen SPS ini.
Kita yakin kita bisa lolos playoff di season depan.
Yeah, to King Kong, see you when we face against each other, and let's give our best.
Ditunggu aja nanti siapa yang bakal main di turnamen ini dan di MPL.
Thank you. I hope that's so.
Ya, terima kasih. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik di turnamen perdana kita di 2025 ini.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction.
I'm hungry.
Reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Come, let's have it, bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it, bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it, it's time to get wild. Come, let's have it, bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it, bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it, it's time to get wild. Main attraction, pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. My mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden. was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light. to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again, not there. XOX cockroach code, run it again, not there. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again, not there. XOX cockroach code, run it again, not there. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'll let it take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas and you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you
Nice to meet you, NPR1 me.
never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop.
Here we go! And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here at Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. We are moving on to the second match of the day, and we're going to be looking at EVOS Holy versus RRQ Hoshi, both of which are from Indonesia. As such, it is definitely going to be a field day for Mr. Murko here. Alongside, we do have Renmar that joined us onto the seat. In fact, it's not Renmar anymore, is it? It's the it's
Rendafa.
Rendafa.
I am Ren. That's official. You've officially changed my name for me. So that's what I get for not being on the first set. You know what? I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
Rendafa.
Yeah, let's confuse people even more. Some are still wondering, who's this guy? Where's Reptar?
Who's Reptar?
Rendafa?
Rendafa sounds like the new SEO name.
I sound like I'm evolving.
There is absolutely no
devolving.
Devolving. All right.
We're evolving just on the opposite
backwards,
direction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Rendafa is something that is SEO approved.
Yes,
For
yes,
sure.
it is for sure.
It is definitely, right? And we can just
Easy,
kind of pop
easy.
it up on the Google real quickly and probably have a really good idea what's going on. So anyways, for those people that have just tuned in, a quick little history. I won't say history, not really history, but a little bit of a backtrack to kind of understand what happened in the previous game, which was match number 1 between Team Flash versus Liquid Indonesia.
Yeah.
It ended in a 2-0 fashion in favor for Liquid Indonesia, of course. I mean, let's be honest here.
Hey, I mean, but I feel like as the Singaporean here, there's a lot to be proud of from what Team Flash showed. They danced with Team Liquid ID.
They did. They did definitely, and I will say that they did. They had the valiance, right? It's great efforts coming in from them. Game number 1 ended really sour, considering the fact that there was a backdoor attempt. Game number 2, though, it was a little bit more of a disconnection between the team, and we're starting to see most of these players starting to seem like they're gassing out and unable to just end the game by then.
It definitely felt like, I think TLID as well, they were playing with such a difficult to read style, right? The draft itself as well, the Novaria, both games in a row, and I don't know, they just had so much unpredictability in that lineup, and I think that's something we can say about EVO's Holy too. I have no idea what their signature picks are. Yeah, we did see them in the challenge season.
Yep.
But I think it's a different team. Now it's Key. It's no longer Van Strong here in the lineup for EVO's Holy.
Yeah, and we've always talked about how much a roamer and the roamer's play style determines how a team plays overall.
XBTR, by the way.
Their aggression. What?
XBTR, by the way. Key.
XBTR. Oh, yeah, XBTR.
My
okay.
goat.
We have to get that out there. Because maybe we'll get a little bit of how BTR plays with this EVO's Holy.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of how BTR played in Snapdragon like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Not
like
earlier.
a way back, yeah.
Yeah.
How way
But it's still
back?
BTR in a way.
Okay. It's the alpha. Now it's just Bigatron Esports.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
You know the result?
What?
Okay.
It was. I feel like if I told you the result, you would not be happy. You would cry in the stream.
Cry of joy? Would I be happy? Like, no?
Nope. I'm sorry to break it to you, man.
It was bad?
It was. I wouldn't say bad. It was pretty bad.
It was horrendous. It was terrible.
It was
How long did they last?
They lasted pretty long.
Oh, okay.
Until they didn't.
It's okay, man. So 10 minutes?
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay, buddy.
It's okay.
I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to kind of like just kind of take a look at what the other streams are going about with, since we were pretty much on that topic, right? We do have got a previous games going on about. I believe that we'll have a quick little graphic kind of show us what team went on with what team and how the game is gonna kind of looks like. But so far, between stream A all the way to stream C, all of those games were sweeps. A 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah.
And stream C, I believe that stream C was See You Soon versus SRG. SRG got themselves a 2-0 fashion as well.
Yeah, I think out of all the broadcasted games that we've seen so far in that first round, it was that game between See You Soon and SRG that really stood out as a team that what they're capable of, and they know what they're capable of against a team that are still trying to discover their footing.
Now, we do have got this game, and this is what we call, from what Merkel said, we can no longer say that last 2 words because of, I don't know, but we call that the new era classic derby, right? The both of these two teams are the classics, and in fact, let's talk a little bit about EVO's Holy. You did mention a little bit of kind of roster change, a bit of who they are. So tell me more about it.
Hey, EVO's Holy, here they are. It's gonna be Reggie, Albert, Depezet, Key, and Erlan. And yeah, I think for you guys looking at the names, some of them are familiar, some of them aren't. If you take a look at Reggie, his name is different, but it's the same guy. It's Fluffy from EVO's Holy, before in Aura as well. Erlan was the previous goal laner of EVO's Icon, Doma. He just changed up his name to Erlan. And obviously, for Key, Albert, you guys know him. Depezet is a newcomer for EVO's Holy. He played in the EVO's Glory lineup just previous season, MPL Indonesia season 14, he subbed in for a bit for Klokken, and then he got subbed off again. It was on and off, but finally they were able to build this best Evos team, I would say. This should be the MPL Evos that we get to see later in season 15.
Oh, so they're probably going to be the EVOS Glory?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
So-
it'll be a Evos Glory Holy.
Glory holy.
Yeah.
Holy moly, glory
Yo,
holy.
you know what this
It's a mouthful.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. You know what I like about this EVOS Holy lineup is that not a lot of people expected them to even get this far. When you looked at the rosters for the challenge season, you're probably thinking it's gonna take them some time to figure things out. But then, surprisingly enough, they figured things out within the challenge season itself. So that screams potential if they can continue to translate that against a team that I think should be more solid because of the time that they've had and the experience that they've had in RRQ Hoshi. The fact that they got to play in the M6 World Championship. If EVOS Holy can even take a game away from them here, that in itself is already a massive statement.
So, who exactly should we be really looking out for within EVOS Holy?
I think we have to take a look at the baby alien, man. Albert, the man of the hour. Yeah, RRQ Hoshi. He was the ex-jungler of RRQ Hoshi. He was the man in that RRQ Hoshi lineup. I remember the Lings, the Hayabusas, the Assassins. Moved to Onyx, you could definitely see here in EVOS Holy that his gameplay has matured, right? Even though he didn't get a lot of game time in that Onyx lineup, he has learned so much from every single member, from Coach Jeb and Coach Adi as well, and he has brought that experience with him here. He's so balanced now. He can play the utility really well, popping off on the Fredrin a couple of times, but he still has the killer instinct of the RRQ Hoshi baby alien.
Yeah, and I think you can really see that when he plays the Suyo. 100% win rate there. And what I love about his Suyo playstyle is that you can really see the gears turning in his head of when he should go in, when he should full commit, and when he should just maybe let this one go and then go somewhere else.
Now, of course, speaking about EVOS Holy, we gotta have to talk about their opponents for this upcoming match, and that is gonna be RRQ Hoshi. Now, Renma, what do you have on it?
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are looking for Skylar, but it's going to be Toy here, and it was with this lineup that they qualified for the Challenge Finals. They were the first team to qualify out of the Challenge season, and all I'm going to say is something that I've told Mirko and the other Indonesians who were also there during the M6 World Championship is that I really like how iDog, Rins, and Susajin played together. Not to take away anything from, of course, people are looking into Widdy, Hezkiel, and Fabian, but there's something about these three that I just feel like they could be the future of the row mid trio in Indonesia.
I have to agree with that assessment, man, especially eDog. I think this guy is of tremendous potential. This guy has always been a monster in the rookie scene, the amateur scene. Everywhere he goes, he's renowned for that Franco pick of his. I spoke to a lot of like third tier players in Indonesia, and all of them were just like, dude, if this guy picks up Franco in the grand finals, TL are cooked. And we did see that. We get to see like even his signature picks being brought up, and the confidence this guy, together with Rins, has. They were part of the MDL best record of all time in Indonesia championship run.
All time?
All time. With Bosku. Got picked up by RRQ Senna, almost went back-to-back, got to the grand finals, unfortunately got reverse swept, but they learned through the mistakes, through the failures, and through not making it to MPL, and they brought that experience here with Sutsujin. I think it's a similar road, only he has gone through different teams and different regions.
Damn. Now, of course, when it comes down to RRQ Hoshi, they have been a long-running name all this time, and in fact, so many of them are veterans. We have seen them going pretty much crazy throughout many of these tournaments. So, exactly what changes the game here, like for RRQ Hoshi? Are we looking for, you know, massive amount of improvements coming in from the team or very specific player, for example?
Well, I think for RRQ Hoshi, they've gone through that phase of who are we again. It's like they had to rediscover themselves, different iterations of the lineup. And then with this one finally coming back into the international scene, the world stage, with the core four that we've discussed earlier, of course, with Toy playing instead of Skylar. It's 100% a new generation of RRQ Hoshi that I'm sure we have not seen the ceiling yet.
Yeah.
So now it always comes down to the question, right? Between the two players, right? We definitely gotta have to put some spotlight on them, with Sutsujin being one of them. Between these two players, what do you have guys gotta say? You know, who's the better one? Who's the mean guy?
Well, firstly, I've just gotta say, this is it almost feels like we're in a a weird universe, a different universe. An ex-EVOS jungler is now the RQ Hoshi jungler. The man for RQ Hoshi is now an EVOS jungler. They have swapped sides completely. This was the matchup. This was the rivalry that we had. Sutsujin and Albert only now in the opposite teams. It's so cool, firstly, to talk about that, having Sutsujin now in RQ. But yeah, I think Sutsujin is way more disciplined. I would say he's definitely like...
Really?
I would say he thinks he's more logical.
He thinks.
He's more logical. He has...
Oh, he is more, okay. I thought he just assumed
Yeah.
to himself.
He's logical, but for Albert, he's more instinctual.
So usually we don't say that a lot about when we're comparing like a veteran in Albert and Susujin who's like relatively newer. Usually it's the other way around.
Okay.
But then you're saying this one with Susujin, he's how many years younger than Albert?
I'm not too sure about the age there. I think
there's a considerable gap.
I think it's like 1 or 2 years only.
Oh, just one or two years? Really?
Albert is a young guy. Like, he started off, he made his debut for RQ Hoshi at 16. He was 16 when he made his debut.
Right.
He was
young dude.
very young. I do want to talk about, you know, the other side of the coin, though, for EVO's Holy. We have Albert, but for me, the main star, especially in the challenge season, has been Erlan. And man, I've been hyping this guy up since like 2-3 years ago. I remember preaching about this guy to Renmar. We were casting, we were going Doma's domain. He's special. He's a special goal laner. He's always been.
I mean, we're talking about GPM now, right? Since we are also looking at Erlan, with the highest GPM of 906, beating King Kong 885, and then Kelra at 866. Damn, okay, so that's definitely one thing that we gotta have to look out for. At least when it comes down to EVOS Holy, this classic derby. I gotta have to find out how both of you weigh in between these two, right? It's definitely gonna be a little bit tougher for Merkel, considering both of them are Indonesian teams. But I'd like to hear from Renmar. What's your comment about these both?
I think I remember. Oh no, we're gonna be talking about the predictions later, so I'm not gonna spoil that just yet.
You can give us a little teaser. This stream is all about teasing.
Okay, all right. So just to tease you, I predicted 2-0 for RQ Hoshi.
Ooh.
Actually, no, I forgot.
2-0
or 2-1?
Wow.
I forgot my own prediction. Good thing this is just a teaser because I actually forgot it. What it was. No, but I mean, come on. RQ Hoshi are coming off of a stint in the World Championship. And again, it's 4 out of their 5 members that competed there. That's more than enough experience to say up against the other team, where have you been? We were in Malaysia just a few months ago competing against the rest of the world. Where have you been? So that's definitely going to be there. And to talk just a little bit more about going up, considering that he's going up against Erlan, the fact that they are the first team to qualify from the challenge season for this challenge finals, that just really means that Toy can really keep up with the rest of his World Championship experienced team. Oh, I did predict 2-0.
There we go. You did predict a 2-0 in favor of RQ Hoshi. At least for me, it was a 2-1. So, Marco, EVO's Holy 2-1, favorable.
Yeah. I think I favor EVO's Holy in this matchup here. I don't know. Like, for RQ, they're good. They're great. I would say they're amazing, actually. But with the loss of Skylar in the lineup, I don't think it will go unnoticed. I think RQ will have a bit of a drop. Toy can, again, you know, maybe reach the levels of Skylar later on in the future, but as of right now, I think it's too short of a time for Toy to be able to step into the shoes of Skylar and fully take on that role. Meanwhile, for EVOS, I would say for RQ, they have a system. They have a system where, you know, like, these are the players, you enter in, you step into those shoes, and it's just so much pressure. For EVO's Holy, these are 5 players randomly. Like, they were built in together, and now they're free to do whatever they want. There's no pressure. There's no system. They make their own system.
This is kind of like an organized chaos kind of thing going about.
Yeah, in a way.
And I mean, to be fair, I think one thing we've noticed lately is that for the longest time, we've been focusing a lot on the Rome mid trio, especially during the World Championship. But with the first set of streams, I also noticed just how important it is now for sidelaners to win their lane.
Yeah.
Because if you win your lane, you're already taking away pressure from the mid to go to your lane and assist you if ever you need it. That means you open up another part of the map. One of the reasons why Onyx Philippines beat Bigatron earlier was that Kelra managed his lane wherever it is in that part of the sequence, whether it's in the top or the bottom. He just managed it so well that that was always the split push threat that gave Onyx so much more room to move. So if ever there is going to be a hole in the RQ Hoshi system, yeah, it could be Toy here going up against Erlan, who's a little bit more stable.
Now, speaking of RRQ Hoshi, we're gonna have to look at their team statistics in this case. We'll talk about the most picked heroes with Tigreal, Alpha, Harif, Granger, and Yves. We don't have that much of an inflated number as compared to what we have seen in the previous series. So these are still, very small amount, but it gives us a pretty decent idea. Understandably, I would say that Matilda is always this kind of heroes, and in fact, we want to see more of that Badang with Julian. The things that we start to see in the in ranked games, but I don't think that that's gonna be the case that much.
No, I think it's very difficult for us to expect the Sun, Julian as well. These very selfish XP laners, very selfish heroes in the land of Dawn for pro play. We've seen that even Novaria could be picked up over, these heroes like the Sun and even the Sicilian, actually. Funnily enough, we haven't seen Sicilian. It's been dominating in our ranked games with the Xavier, but not a sight of Sicilian or Xavier to be seen just yet. Well, maybe some of these teams can pick it up.
Yeah, well, in this stream, but in the other streams, they were able to bring up a Sicilian. SRG played it earlier to success, and BTR played it to not success.
Not success.
The Sicilian, right?
So I'm not rubbing it in your face. I just have to dictate the stats, man. It's here.
That was the 10-minute game. Was that the 10-minute game?
That
was game 2?
10 minutes?
We don't need to think about it. It's fine. They played Sicilian, didn't work out.
That's why they played Sicilian.
They played Sicilian.
No, it wasn't because of the Sicilian
game.
It did provide some problems.
See? Okay. So Sicilian is okay?
Yeah.
It's just Onyx PH?
It was just they were up against Onyx PH.
So is it like it's a matchup thing, not a
hero? Yeah, it's not a hero.
It's a warm-up
Nice to meet you. MPR1 me.
We'll just match one.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting used to it. They still haven't completely moved on from losing Pamela.
Yeah, exactly. And Theozy.
That's definitely a big hit.
Right? Big hit.
Yeah,
sure.
they're still, as much as you just need to tell BTR, we're not playing Pamela with Pamela anymore. It's light now.
It's very unfortunate because I guess the identity of Pamela would never come to light, right?
I don't think so. I hope he finds a good team though, Pamela. Very talented player on the show.
We want some information about Pamela from now on, man.
Yeah, I could also see with how Light was playing, those unique. In game 2 earlier, if you were able to catch that game, he positioned himself like usually how Light plays, and
they're very similar.
They're very similar, yeah. Pamela and Light.
Damn.
But wow.
Evil's Holy this time. Let's talk about that. We got Vexana, Harif, Granger, Fredrin, and Serial. Most of these are the picked heroes for Evil's Holy themselves. While in the meantime, we've got the most banned and most banned by the opponent. So I always like to see the most banned by the opponent. So Loi, Hayabusa, Granger. I think Granger is something that we gotta talk about because in the previous series, at least between Team Flash versus Team Liquid Indonesia, Granger has been picked 2 out of 2 times. So that definitely seems like a hot commodity.
Definitely. It's always first pick prio, I would say, or at least first phase prio. If it's not first pick prio, you will pick it up in the first phase. Even though the Irithel is a good matchup into the Granger, you can play the Harith. The Granger just seems like the best choice. It is the safest choice. You are so difficult to catch. You clear waves really fast. You have poke, you have damage. You're the complete set in the gold lane, right? Though, I will say, that Loi is very interesting. The Loi being up there for the most banned by opponent. Depazet, he is... Well, I think Evo's Holy in general, they love to play with Depazet having prio heroes. Prio heroes in the sense of they need to get prio in the mid lane. They need to have a very fast-clearing mid laner or...
Welcome on
damage
Lyco
dealer
Barker.
in the early game to get prio. So it's all about getting prio for Depazet. If Depazet gets prio, he rotates around the map and enables the team together with Albert.
Yeah, and I think that could also be some commentary onto where we are in the meta, where so far in today's broadcasts across all 3 streams, every team has either picked or banned Loi. So it just goes to show that it seems like teams have completely understood, like, okay, Loi is not just a pick for this team, it's not for everyone. Now they answered the call of, hey, Loi has to be for everyone. We need to have a Loi available in our pockets because that opens up so many avenues in the drafts. So I wouldn't be surprised if with Evo's Holy here that RQ Hoshi would want to take it away, or if they're not just going to ban it, they will even take it for themselves in the first pick because it has been first picked, well, just twice actually in this day.
Okay, so let me just kind of pull up some small little information tidbit from the previous 2 games. At the very least, yeah, Flash also first picked onto the Loi for game number 1, and game number 2, Flash picked up the Loi as well for second phase.
This is also the debut, by the way, of the new coach for EVO's Holy, Coach Avil here, now making his debut internationally on for his first ever LAN event. He's been coaching in the online challenge season as well, but yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see Avil going up against the top coach in Indonesia, I would say right now, Coach Keskute and NMM.
Now we've got a draft ready for you guys already, and it seems like we have already went through a little bit here. So let's just quickly wrap up and take a look at the bans so far with the Mathilda, Badang, and Joy banned out from the RRQ side. Phobias, Trusin, and Fatty for the right side.
They're really going for comfort. Well, quite. I mean, I wouldn't say rare, but unique to see a Hayabusa picked up this early on. But then they already picked up the Hilda alongside with it so that they don't have to worry about the Hayabusa getting bothered. But there are still some picks that could go for high invade. Continuing the trend for the broadcast so far, Badang is getting banned out, picked even more. But in other streams as well, Jawhead's actually a rising commodity. So let's see if that'll come into play.
The Harith has also been left open in the banning phase here, something we haven't seen in Stream A. Both games, Team Liquid were banning it away from Flash. So I wonder if EVO's Holy will pick up the Harith as the last pick on the red side here to set up for Erlan. A pretty good matchup as well against the Granger. It's not horrible, but it does seem like it will be the Irithel in the gold lane for Erlan, the counter pick towards the Granger in the matchup.
Let's see if... aside of the matchup, how it's going to be faring in the team fights, because right now RQ doesn't have enough to actually bother this Irithel properly. But then they still waiting on the front lines for EVO's Holy.
RQ, which is lineup so far, seems like they really want to focus on single targets. Like they don't have anything that really just deals with the opponents in a massive scale.
Yeah, they're still definitely setting up for possibly a Tigreal. That's something that Araki Hoshi has kind of, you know, turned to after M6. Because at M6, I think it was still very pick-off or very Bellericky for some reason. Yeah. Now, they finally are putting Edok on the Tigreal, which he has performed really well on. So, I will be kind of surprised if EVOs decide to actually let go of the Tigreal. Because if they don't ban it out here, they're probably going to pick it up away, deny it from Araki Hoshi.
Let's see if they'll go with that. I believe a Jawhead ban was committed by RRQ Hoshi. So with that gone, let's see if EVO's Holy will consider going for the single target pickoff style of Roamer for themselves. They can go Cho if they want to, but I'd want to see something a little bit beefier. Considering that with the threat of the Tigreal still available, yeah, I think I'm on the boat too of they should just take it away as their 4th pick.
For EVO's Holy, still also, they kind of need the frontliners here. I think Hylos will be a pretty good choice to go for too. I think Hylos Tigreal will definitely be the best choice scenario for EVO's Holy. They decided to ban out the Eve, so really choking out Renz in that mid lane. No Novaria, no Juicin, no Eve. Is he going to be forced on something like a Sicilian, another scaler, together with Granger? It might be a bit too greedy to go for that, no?
Yeah, I'd want to see them going with a little bit more crowd control, so they could go with the Aurora if they want to. Considering that if they decide to go for the Tigreal high loss route that we brought up, you need that extra crowd of control to delay the inevitable invades that'll come in. At least you can trade out some HP, maybe even cause EVO's Holy to commit a mistake, getting crowd controlled at the wrong time, meaning that you can trade that out as well. Crowd control is more required right now for Araki Hoshi in my books.
Just been a pick. Oh, it is going to be the Hylos.
Oh, that is ground control.
Hovered over. Tigreal still up for grabs. They go for the Farsa against this composition. Hey, a lot of ways to die for the side of EVO's Holy. This is a dive comp from EVO's Holy. So the fact that Rins wants to go for the Farsa. Last time we saw the Farsa, he got a lot of hate for it. It was up against SRG, the loss, where he popped in the ult very naively. Around like the river pit or a river.
Yeah.
And he got punished for it. So last pick, I think it's still good for the Tig.
Yeah. especially with the Guinevere there, you're going to be applying so much pressure to Arky Hoshi because for them, they need to land things to be able to get a good crowd control. It's not super straightforward to crowd control with either a Farsa or a Guinevere. Yeah, for Guinevere, it's like, oh, just tap it and aim it. But yeah, if you miss it, you won't have it for quite some time. So they do go for the Cho instead that we mentioned earlier, instead of going for the big AoE. This still applies the pressure, and it's going to be even more pressure. Cho gets around the map quicker compared to the Tigreal. So Arky Hoshi, they might be sweating a bit in this one if EVOS Holy can make the most out of their high invade Roman EXP.
Honestly, both of these two teams kind of seems like they're trying to go super high octane kind of pacing. They have got a lot of damage within of their ranks, so I'm just a little bit afraid for Rins, especially just hanging around the backside, trying to make full use of the feathered airstrike. But we're gonna have to really just tune in, watch how this game is gonna unfold between these two teams. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is EVOS Holy. They will be going up against RRQ Hoshi. How's that gonna be? Well, we're going into the land of Dawn, and this is the classic derby.
Ooh, the new era of the classic derby, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna dive straight into the land of Dawn. It's EVOS Holy with Albert, RRQ Hoshi with Sutsujin. The two rivals now on the opposite side of the map, opposite sides of their teams, their respective teams. Suyo versus Hayabusa.
See if we're gonna get the anime battle that we usually ask for when we see two assassins, sound effects pack included. And to say that I am scared for Rins is an understatement. But at the same time, I don't know, a part of me thinks that maybe Rins might not have that difficult a time here. He made it a little bit easier by giving himself Purify, of course. And usually we've seen Farsas in the highest level make the most of the stun that they can get activating the Curse of Crow. I think Rins can pull it off.
I do think so too. It's just going to be difficult, right? He has to be very on point with the skills, the positioning, especially. And knowing Rins, he's much more of a I want to get in your face type of guy. I don't think he's he's not a Farsa guy. He's more like a Lilia, Lunox, you know, Kadita kind of guy. But you put him on a pick like this, a very safe backliner. I don't know. We'll just have to see, right? It could be extra aggressive. It could be extra good, or you can get picked up very easily. Key also forced to use the flicker early.
Yeah, okay. Trading with Edok in mid. So, Arky Hoshi, seems like Rins might be... This might be one of those games where his fingers are just twitching just a little bit because he wants to do a little bit more.
He wants to flicker forward.
He wants to flicker forward, just anything. Even though he doesn't have a flicker, he wants to flicker forward. But might as well, I think, for him, yeah, you really got to be patient in this one. Unless you want Surprise to be your main element. You're using the Wings by Wings to go forward to get that stun off. That means that's pressure now onto Edok and Dyren to back him up properly so that he can exit, reposition with a Feathered Airstrike.
Okay, rotation Key gonna be able to soak in the XP wave completely to get level 4. Does seem like EVOS Holy have that level 4 power spike. Deposit doesn't have that level 4. It will be him zoned away. Albert now just going in with a poke. Jikundo away the dragon, locking in onto Dyren. Not enough damage to take him down just yet. Revitalize going in and smacking Albert down. That's the dispersion as Key watas him into that first blood.
Okay, that did not go well for Arky Hoshi. I thought they had the advantage, but then EVOS Holy with the turnaround right away. Now they have a good position for themselves around this turtle, but they're not going to be committing it just yet. Albert wants to get his orange first. Maybe they'll come back for it later. Maybe not even. Maybe they might just give it.
Just super slow for EVOS Holy. They don't need to go in for these fights, right? They know that they should be in a better position to actually go and fight it out for the neutral objectives. Now, it's EVOS Holy playing on the other side of the map. Sutsujin will be the one to go on the turtle. Key opening it up, noticing Sutsujin. It should still just be a free turtle. Sutsujin picks it up.
Yeah, after all the trades that happened there, EVOS Holy just decided to back off. Next sequence, we might be seeing... Oh, they're here in mid. Yeah, they spot out Edok. Let's see if they'll try to invade and take a purple buff away from the Hayabusa. Wow, but they don't want to risk it. Unless... Oh.
Away the dragon onto the wall. Albert walks up. Key picks up the second kill of the game. Now Quad Shadow in. Albert still able to survive the Feather Airstrike. Albert taken down by Rins. Key, Jeet Kune-do flickers out. It will be a 1-for-1 trade Edok for Albert.
Now I get why EVOS Holy was thinking about twice about actually invading. They committed it, they got Edok, but unfortunately Albert was the one picked off there. So now EVOS Holy, hopefully they don't turn it around into themselves and say, hey, let's just be a little bit more careful. No, you're gonna have to commit the play somewhere to show Arky Hoshi that, yeah, we sort of maybe flubbed the initial sequences that we wanted to do, but we're going to keep you on your toes. We're still going to be playing aggressive and trying to make plays for ourselves.
Definitely. Well played there from RQ Hoshi. It looked like it would just be a clean pick into maybe a purple buff steal with him not having purple. Another one. Key, Wave the Dragon, good angle, dispersion rotation, Sutsujin gets away. Reggie doesn't want to commit that glorious pathway, will just be happy with Sutsujin taken low.
Yeah, so you can also see that RQ Hoshi is respecting the truth of the fact that EVO's Holy's lineup is aggressive. There is going to be a high chance that there will be tigers in their own jungle, and the kingdom isn't as safe. So RQ Hoshi, I like how, despite them getting some nice trades, they're also a little bit more calculated with it. But EVO's Holy, they are reminding RQ Hoshi just how strong this lineup is in the early to mid.
Toy's been holding up really well. Actually has an XP lead up against Erlan too. So in the matchup, doing well in that counter. It's a 1v1 up top. Toy actually winning out in the trade.
Yeah.
Key walking up forward, doesn't have to flicker. So he's just there to give Erlan full clear, a shove up top.
Yeah, Toy has not been afraid to trade with this Irithel. They've been seeing each other in mid. Oh, Edok with the catch.
Spatial migration, Valor Requiem in the feathered airstrike, and even the shadow kill from Sutsujin just to get things done. 3 ultimates committed down for the roamer. Now EVO's Holy make their way onto the turtle, already holding onto it. Diamond walks up, gets stunned by Reggie. Good peel. Sutsujin taking control over the turtle, despite not having those ultimates. Claims an Erlan. Purifies out of the spatial migration. Now walks up with a heavy crossbow. Glorious pathway. Diamond's still able to survive. Now finally gets cut down by Albert.
Good trading by both of these teams. RQ Hoshi, they full committed 3 ultimates before that turtle, but because they knew it was Key that was the one taken away, and Reggie is just packing Revitalize, they said, we can risk it. I don't think EVO's Holy will go try to heavily contest that turtle. They contested the post-turtle though, and that's what RQ Hoshi probably didn't expect.
Wow, really good Purify there from Depazet. I believe just taking away the stacks from the Shuriken to get him out of the Shadow Kill. I think Sutsujin popped in the Shadow Kill, but only got 1 proc onto him before it translated over.
Yeah, he did use it, but he wasn't able to really maximize the damage, or he just maybe canceled it out as well. Item-wise, nothing too crazy. We have the Dreadnoughts on the 2 roamers, but we're not really feeling the reduction of the physical damage brought out by the Hayabusa and the Suyo as well. So now, we're just going to be waiting out to see who can win the next big trade, because so far, Rins, what we've been worried about with him, he's been positioning himself very well and timing the feathered airstrike really well. To the point where EVO's Holy, they can't seem to get that Farsa.
Seems for EVO's Holy, they are actually struggling to look for an angle with the diversion, with the G2 no here, feather airstrike. No minute down, spatial migration from Edok whiffs. Reggie walks up the glorious pathway. He goes in, Wait the Dragon only to lock down Edok, and he gets bursted down by Sutsujin. Now, EVO's Holy are on the back foot, backing away as Toy gunned them down a bit.
Might have been a bit forced there by Key. He didn't have the complete angle, but he still decided to try and commit it. Maybe, even though it's not going to reposition the target, it's still crowd control. Maybe EVO's Holy can finish it off, but no, at the end, they just lost their roamer, and EVO's Holy has to try and hold on to this tower in the mid, or it's going to be bad for them.
Queller from Albert. Toy still able to clear out that wave. Both teams shoving in those waves. Clearing it out. Albert again with the poke. This time catching 2. Taking Rins to half for the airstrike over to Reggie. Glorious pathway down. Tyron actually putting enough damage. Reggie still able to survive. Now they collapse onto Tyron, but he has to revitalize. Edok escaping a free turtle again for the mercenary.
Felt like that was a domino effect of Key getting picked off there in the mid. The fact that RQ Hoshi was able to get in position for that turtle first meant that, well, Reggie just had to eat feathered airstrike because they didn't have someone mobile. Oh, okay, he's not gonna. Susujin's not gonna get anyone. But you see how RQ Hoshi, they're attacking from different angles. They're very fluid in how they're approaching potential pickoffs.
Okay, nice version into the back. Good kick as well. No revitalize for Tyron. It's still Depazet though. Assassinated. Toy able to pick up the kill. Now goes in for the Rhapsody. Cancelled out. Spatial migration. Dodged away from by Key. Flicker and conceal to escape.
Now RQ Hoshi has taken the momentum. EVO's Holy seems like they're reminded just how they want to play, because Arky Hoshi is playing like how EVOS Holy wants to play with their lineup, or how they did it in the early game. But now with Arky Hoshi in a little bit more of a comfortable spot, Toy now out of lane, winning against that Irithel, means that Arky Hoshi has the damage for most of any situation that they want to commit. Even though it doesn't look like it's gonna turn into a full-on team fight, they will have the damage that they need for any situation now.
And man, this is amazing from Toy. We've been talking a lot about, you know, Toy and Skylar, how maybe Toy might not be able to step into those shoes quickly, but he's doing amazing. Damage leaderboard topping it, gold leaderboard topping it as well. And this is up against a Loi. This is up against an Irithel, a counter matchup.
Yeah, well, I had faith, man. I mean, look, you're playing with 4 dudes who played in the World Championship. You're either gonna crumble under the pressure, although that will be rare, or you're gonna be the chillest guy in the world thinking, I played with 4 guys who played in the World Championship. I feel like that's what we're seeing, yeah. And I feel like that also allowed Toy to be more confident with himself. The fact that he beat Erlan in lane, usually actually shoving past the midpoint of the lane against that Irithel, knowing that, hey, if I mess up, they can cover for me, but he hasn't messed up so far.
Not yet. Doesn't look like he will. With his positioning, with the Purify, it's going to be very tough for EVOS Holy to actually, you know, manage a flank on him. Yeah. Dyron spotting them out. Erlan spotted. Key in the bush. Trying to go for it. Edok will be kicked back in. Erlan with a heavy crossbow dealing some damage. Well, look at the flank! Now Dyron jumping in. Erlan finding the kill. Still able to escape as well. Edok for Reggie and Key. 2 for 1. Value for the Kingdom.
3-0-3 for Toy and EVOS Holy. It is slipping out of their hands. Rins gets whacked a bit by the Lord, but they are going to be getting the Lord without a problem, as Albert and Depa said, oh, if you guys get killed here, that's not going to be good for EVOS. Good thing they decided, yeah, not worth it. Let's just back off. Now they have to defend with the Lord coming.
And now it is all in RRQ's hands. They can play the slow game. They can siege too with the range that they have. Farsa, Granger. We were mentioning, you know, with this composition, they've got to be the ones who are careful in the mid game, but it seems they've gotten such a massive lead, so much tempo in the map that it's EVOS Holy who are now forced to be cautious of the range, of the poke, concealed from Edok, looking for a play, just zoning them away from the mid lane. Toy is dishing out a lot of damage as he sieges the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, seeing that the high loss hasn't even hit level 10, just about to, the damage. There's already 2 BODs on the side of RQ Hoshi. Damn straight they have to be aggressive.
Feather airstrike as well. Reggie still able to escape just a bit. Wait, the dragon though, catching Sutsujin, not enough to take him down. It's Toy with the mega kill. And now in the mid lane, EVOS Holy forced to commit the holy defense of that turret. It will be RQ looking for another. Spatial migrations, Key goes in for the G Kundo. Off position, now gun down, flicker out! But the Sky Piercer from Toy takes him out of the map.
Key overheated, man. The Key overheated. He felt really good in the early game. He was able to get some nice trades, some good pickoffs as well, get the information, the early pressure onto RQ Hoshi. But RQ Hoshi responded very well. Every time they see anyone within their big range of poke, they poke them down and they punish them.
Erlan, heavy crossbow already. You can see the shadow kill in the back as well, almost taking Reggie down. Rins wings by wings, hovering to zone them away. Meanwhile, Toy given the space to take these turrets for free.
I know it isn't a numerical value, but that is an oof amount of damage at this point. There's not much you can do against an oof amount of damage.
Diversion, Key not able to find the Kundo, now popped in a wrong position. Tyron walks back up and Rins gets the kill. Reggie tanking it up, Deposit purifies out but gets bonked, and Toy gets the monster. Now Airline walking forward with a nature. Oh, Toy still able to kite away, and he finds another kill. A double for Rins, Albert slain by Sutsujin, and RRQ Hoshi have just wiped EVOS Holy out.
Well, RRQ Hoshi's looking good. Doubts against Toy, well, that's pretty much been answered. 7-0-5, not going to be surprised if he's MVP. EVOS Holy can just go, holy. All right, let's just see what we can do in game
2. Boy, this is quite a game. I mean, ending the game with 10,000 gold disparity. What the hell is going on with EVOS Holy?
Toy is going on. 11.8 in his debut LAN performance. What a performance.
Dude, at this point, he should rename to Andy. Everyone in EVOS Holy are just all toy now. Toy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He toyed with EVOS Holy once he hit that power spike. It started off against Erlan, and then he just continued it to the rest of EVOS Holy, excuse me.
We even hyped up for Alan, right? Having the highest GPM amongst everyone, 905, let's remember that. So maybe once we go into the post-game stats, we'll be able to find out a little bit more if whether he has like the highest GPM thus far, right? Toy. We're gonna have to say this guy. This guy literally came out above and beyond, and you know, I believe that we had some suspicions, or rather we have a little bit of a, we don't really have that much confidence about how that's gonna work out, but let's be honest here. 705 with a total of 11, close to 12,000 gold to his name.
Wow. I mean, that was just a phenomenal performance, baiting them around, kiting them away. 7-0-5 against EVOS Holy, who by all means should have that early control with the Loyi, the Suyo, Hylos, and the Cho. They were able to get turtle number 1, but after that, it was just RRQ with their experience. It was RRQ who controlled the tempo of the game, punished all of the little overextensions and unnecessary movements from EVOS Holy.
Yeah, those are the two key ideas to EVOS Holy's downfall. The unnecessary movements and the overextensions. Yes, I liked how Key played in the sense that he knew what his job was as a Cho. He needed to be aggressive to get vision. But how well was he timing those times to get vision with the rest of the team? That one key play that we saw in the purple area when we were thinking, hey, EVOS Holy, you can go invade. But then you saw them hesitate. But then you saw them decide to commit it. But then they realized, oh, they didn't check where the Farsa was actually. And that's what caught Albert out. I think now, if EVOS Holy wants to play aggressive, they have to remind themselves there are still certain conditions to check, especially where the mid laner is. That's why we were talking about, like, oh, what mid laner are they going to get? Crowd control? Apparently. Araki Hoshi, they wanted to go for burst. Okay, they'll counter it with burst. And there were moments where it felt like EVOS Holy overlooked the fact that they were up against a Farsa that was getting some nice early kills in the early game.
I mean, we're talking about long range as well as high ground after all. So whenever it is, well, RRQ Hoshi, they're always looking for these opportunities for some pickoffs. In fact, at one point in time, they were going for pickoff on the Key. In fact, they used, what, 4 ultimates all for that? And we didn't even see anyone within the map during where Cho got picked up.
hungry.
In fact, the only one we saw was, like, good appear.
Yeah.
That's all.
There was no punishment from EVOS Holy, right? I mean, there were a lot of commitments from Araki Hoshi, and it's just Araki Hoshi being way more decisive. They knew exactly what they wanted to do in every single moment. Committing 4 ultimates towards Key, in any normal scenario, it should be punished.
Yeah.
But they spaced out so well. They were able to time a lot of the engages around that turtle so well too. So even though they didn't have these big ultimates, they knew there were no engagers. So they knew all we needed to do was show up with our man advantage, and you're going to run. There's no way you'd fight.
Does it also come to the point whereby without Key, they don't have a way to really make full use of Albert's burst potential?
Yeah.
Because it's just left with Reggie just stuck there. You're just kind of walking around. I'm a big pony. I'm just gonna do some aerial effect damage while Deposit can't realistically do anything if the opponent is just rushing right in your face, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking about it, would Tigreal have been a better answer? Because you would lose a lot of prio compared to the Cho, but maybe in the team fights, you wouldn't have to use screen out. You could just focus on the neutral objective.
Yeah. At that point, he'd just have to, really just wait.
Yeah.
And Araki Hoshi would then overthink, wait, there's a Tigreal around, we gotta watch our spacing. There's a lot more now for Araki Hoshi. Yeah, the Cho does provide problems, but it's an easy problem of, okay, we see him. How many dashes did he use now? How many activations of the Jeet Kune Do? Okay, we've counted those. Then you're good. As for the Tigreal, the threat of I can stand here, I can get hurt, I still no use ultimate, I am fine.
Then 1 HP, flicker implosion, 5 man.
You win the game with one moment. Well, with Cho, it's alright, I gotta do this. First I go to step 8, then I go to step 8.2.5. Too many things.
Much more difficult.
Much more difficult.
Why? Okay, Tigreal busted. Let's just put it that way, right? Tigreal is an annoying hero, and unfortunately, it wasn't picked out. Wasn't picked out here. In fact, I agree though. Picking up the Tiger will definitely be able to really enable Deposit a little bit more. And in the meantime, you know, you can pick people off. But realistically, in the mid stages of the game, early stages of the game, the only one that can really make full use of the Whale Dragon is Albert.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, to be fair, he did start off 2-0 on this show.
Right.
I felt like if there was a capability to somehow change your hero in the middle of a game, it's
That
like early to mid game, the Cho was good.
Yeah.
Mid to late game, Key is like, I wish I was a Tigreal right now, man.
Yeah. I don't know, especially because I agree with Abstract there. There was really no one to follow up the way the Dragons, right? Like Erlan and the Irithel isn't a one-shot hero. For Albert, even he isn't a one-shot hero.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game, yeah, you can go for another stun, but it's not a one-shot. It's not like a Lunox, a carry, those type of heroes that will do really well. Or not even like an instant follow-up. Like usually, at least for Onyx PH at M6, we saw Cho Khalid, Cho Edith. There's always another CC tool that they can utilize after burning out the way of the Dragon, after going for the initial engage.
Just extend the amount of CC as much as possible, right?
Yeah, it's either you layer crowd control with damage to burst or layer crowd control with even more crowd control.
So that it can never ever move.
Exactly.
Don't move.
In this case, it doesn't seem like we had much of either, right? It's just kind of like all over the place. What does what can the lawyer realistically do at this point in time? Yes, I kick someone in front, and now I can't burst people. I can't burst the entire people. I can throw skill 1 and skill 2 on this one guy. So I'm not really using my passive.
Yeah. And for the low Yi, it definitely seems like the ult became kind of one-dimensional. You can only use it with 3 members, 4 members, but you can never send just the Cho because it's not like a Tigreal where you can go for a flanking set.
Yeah. It's like, are you gonna use one ultimate for another ultimate that may or may not actually work on just one person?
It just pretty much comes down to how unfortunate it eventually became, right? Because they had got their win condition. They want to go for pickoffs, but it didn't really seem like the pickoff would have realistically worked. They wanted kind of like a double dip kind of situation. I want to be able to play in AoE. I need to be able to, you know, pick people off, that kind of stuff. But maybe we'll be able to see things change out a little bit for Evil's Holy as we move on to a short little break. Once we're back, we'll give you guys game number 2 of this match 2 game.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more.
And welcome back to the show. Here is Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. We just completed the first game of match number 2 when it comes down to Evol's Holy versus RRQ, in which Toy literally toyed with his opponents and managed to get one heck of a game. Damn.
Damn indeed.
It was set up so well. Yeah, and he had 4 dudes who were just like, yeah, we got this, dude. You know, just win lane. That's his job.
Just not lose.
Just don't lose, and we'll be fine.
You can't lose the game if you don't lose the lane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, it's a simple way to look at it, but sometimes you just need more simplicity in life.
Yeah.
If you don't want to lose, then win.
Yeah.
Then win.
That's
And
where
Toy
I'm
was like,
getting to.
I can do that.
That's where absolutely where I'm getting to. It has to be a little bit more simpler, right? Want to win the game? Don't lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just break the crystal, bro.
Yeah. MLBB is not that difficult. Just destroy buildings.
Destroy buildings and
Kill heroes.
kill heroes.
Make turtle soup.
Make turtle soup.
Yeah.
Save the turtles.
Save the turtles.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Screw all those straws out there. But challenge season to recap, we've got Rins that ended the challenge season with the highest KDA at 54.
He definitely doesn't use those paper straws. That's why he's so good at the game.
Yeah.
Paper straws.
54 KDA.
You know, speaking of different kinds of straws, it's only in Malaysia where we have where I witnessed this other kind of straw.
Is that the rice straw?
Rice straw. Yeah. Singapore don't have them. Like,
Yeah,
we are all
we don't
still-
have it either.
Yeah, we're all still like plastic straws. It's like saying screw the turtles at this point in time.
He innovates, just like Rins, right? I
Rins.
mean, like Rins with that performance,
Yeah.
he changed a lot.
Changed in what sense? Like physical?
From M6,
Ah,
from
that guy.
MPL ID, like
Yeah.
he's changed a lot. He has improved so much. At M6, he was the laughing stock when he was playing the Farsa. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, this guy's positioning. Oh my God,
are you doing?
why is he opening the ult up in front of the enemy team?" You know,
that's
but there
brutal.
he was amazing.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
I think that got to him if that's the case.
Yeah, he's like, "I'll show you."
He gets back to it. It's like one of those anime arcs where he just locks himself in
Just
a
kind of
room.
revenge arc, right?
Hyperbolic time
Yeah.
chamber.
This is Rin's
Training
revenge arc.
arc. Ah. But anyways, well, let's jump right into game number 2. We've got a drafting stage between RRQ Hoshi and Evo Soli, with RRQ Hoshi on to first pick, first ban, and Evo Soli on second pick, sixth ban.
Oh man, the Granger again. Evo's Holy have left it open. This time though, banning out the Hilda. So Dyron, yeah, I mean, respectable. Even though the Hilda, we've been talking about, you know, the nerfs after the hotfix, it's not as strong as it was before, but on Dyron, on Aran, I still think you just gotta respect it. These two are too good on the Hilda.
Alright, so they decided to go down the respect and remix route. So they still get 2 key pieces from their previous draft of the Lo Yi and the Suyo. So I think they're just gonna try it again. Maybe with a different Roam and EXP combo though. I feel like it's something a little bit more dynamic that can back each other up. They can trade spots of, oh, maybe the EXP can go frontline first and the Roam will stay back, go from a different angle, switch things around. I like it.
But they have already kind of shown the Phobias now.
Yeah.
So what can we expect? I believe that even third pick onto
Wow.
third pick onto EXP might make sense.
They still go for the high-lows, yeah.
Could it be?
Yeah, they've let go of the Phobias though. This is, you ban out the Hilda, but it is Dyron on the Phobias. Now, pick your poison. I would much rather go up against Dyron on the Hilda than the Phobias, but hopefully they have ways to counter it. Hopefully they understand what they're dealing with, and that's why they've left it open.
Yeah, that means they gave it because they want to. They wanted this to happen to them. They knew the trade that they were willing, that they're gonna end up taking. So whatever the roamer and their gold laner is should be something that would give struggle to this Phobius. And I feel like Evo's Holy has thought about this Eve for so much in this draft that it went from, okay, we'll go high loss, the Lo Yi, and the Suyo. All right, if ever they want to pick Eve, the evil, you know, we can shake up the Eve a little bit. What about the Eve? Okay, no, let's just ban the Eve. So what now? Like, I thought those first 3 was so that they don't need to commit a ban to an Eve, but they still banned it anyway.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. For Evo's Holy too, I think the Aerithal will be banned out by Araki Hoshi, right? So Evo's Holy, at this point, it probably is just the mid lane. I think Edo too big of a hero pool too to actually just, like, you know, ban out. Maybe they respect the Tig because all of their heroes right now are pretty vulnerable to a Tig. But they didn't do it last game. Last game they banned 2 mid laners, right? And they'll just double down on that. No Farsa for Rins this time. No Yves, no Farsa, no Jusin, and no Lo Yi.
it comes to the whole big circle again, right? When we are talking about having a Loi and...
Is he just going to go Novaria?
Novaria.
It was banned. It was the ban last time. It was even Novaria. Game 1.
I think, although the Jawhead will still be in the mix now.
Oh, Jawhead.
Because it's unbanned. And so far, it's been alongside Badang, one of the other heroes, and picked up more throughout this very first day.
Now the question is, do they want more crowd control from the side of RQ Hoshi? Like, they have the area denial kind of thing, like area control with the Phobias, but what's really keeping the Phobias there? Or rather, what's keeping the opponents Evos Holy in the ways that they wanted?
Yeah, a little bit more crowd control would be better, actually. Because like with the first 3, like your damage is already set for the early. Even if you get a mid laner that won't have a not a lot of damage in the early game, maybe after 2 items, then you really start feeling the damage. That'll be fine. They can delay their damage output a bit. Okay. Honestly, they have a strong early physical already.
So is it Tigreal Harith that Evos Holy want to go for now? If they want to switch things up, you know, Aerithel didn't really work too well in the previous game. They still go for the Aerithel, so no Harith, okay. 0% win rate, just want to say, Aerithel, even though it's a counter, quote-unquote, against the Granger, hasn't really found success.
The rumor gotta have to change, right? We talked so much about the Cho not fitting into the composition all that well. I don't think that Evos Holy will want to repeat the same thing again.
Yeah, and for RQ Hoshi, they could still go for
more utility, maybe?
I think the Gwyn can still work again. Even though they don't have a, it's still the same composition literally against Evos Holy. The mid lane will have to change. They go for the Kadita and the Jawhead. Oh man. Okay, that's Rinse. Now that's Rinse.
Yeah. Oh, this might not be Evos Holy. They picked up 2 heroes that, ever since the adjustments to Kadita, it's so easy to snowball with her even more now.
Yeah.
Because you're not super Petri dependent. There are some Kaditas who don't even get Petrify anymore.
You go Flicker?
Yeah, there are some who just go Flicker now because it's how fast you can dish out the combo. Like you can go Flicker forward when you use your ultimate in their face.
Now that's a Rinse play.
Yeah, like, see, that's a very Rinse thing to do. Paired up with a Jawhead. Yeah, Evos Holy needs to take a Tigreal.
High's gonna be lethal with the Jawhead. They go for the glue.
It's a Hylos
Roam. Against the Jawhead, they go Hylos Roam. Hylos is very vulnerable to the Jawhead usually. You see the Jawhead to answer the Hylos, especially considering they have a Phobius and a Hayabusa, so 2 members that will actually get a lot of benefit from the physical defense shred of the Jawhead.
Yeah, this is gonna be a game where either the Hylos will be barely getting any info because he's just worried about dying, or he will just be dying.
I think that it would be the latter. It's gonna be a tough game for the Hylos. Let's gotta be honest here. He gotta create some nice distance between himself and the opponents. But anyways, we're going to go into the Land of Dawn between RRQ Hoshi versus Evil. RRQ Hoshi managed to get themselves the very first game, and we are already in match point. How's it gonna be like? Let's jump right in and see if whether it will be a 2-0 sweep in favor for RRQ Hoshi.
Let's see, Evos Holy with the same draft, now only changing the Hylos now into Roam, and it will be a glue for Reggie. I think kind of a comfort pick for Mr. Reggie here in the XP lane, something we haven't seen too much of, but we have seen it banned. But this is another advantage of the Jawhead, by the way. You can leash so easily. Crazy fast clear from Sutsujin.
Yeah, instead helping for the first wave in mid, he decides to leash for the orange buff. Oh, good decision there by RQ Hoshi. Could give them a little bit more, even more breathing room, but unless, you really gotta be careful.
Yeah, Revitalize already used in Sutsujin, just going back and forth, baiting out the Revitalize, and both roamers will have to back away.
Yeah, that little scrap in the mid actually made that not so worth it. Good decision by Albert to invade to even it out, and now he's in the lead, EXP-wise. Good reactions, responses by Evos Holy.
Notice the Retribution has been used by Sutsujin for the Lethal Wanderer, punishes him instantly by rotating towards that green camp, and now forcing Hayabusa, Sutsujin, to rotate up top to get level 4, as Albert should have a pretty good lead as we get into the first turtle.
Okay, both teams will have the first exit in the EXP. I would not want to actually bother any of these 2 up there. Just let them
It's a pro lane, bro.
Yeah, just maybe hover around and see each other in the river. But oh no, RQ Hoshi decides to go for the glue.
Yeah, Reggie he's chilling though. No real kill pressure on the glue this early on, unless maybe the Jawhead was there to deal the physical damage or physical defense shred. Albert about to hit level 5 as he goes in here. He's not going to be stunned up. Brought back by the dispersion too. And it is an Evo's Holy Turtle 1 setup. Rin's not level 4 either.
See, that's the right thing to do if you're Key. If you're going to be going forward against that, make sure your mid laner's with you.
Okay, Edok, Injector, able to find it. Oh, Petrify too! Sutsujin with a Retribution. Albert taken down. Turtle stolen as RRQ Hoshi had just snuck that out of the way. Edok recalling.
Oh, no,
the horse stops him in his tracks, and it will be given over. Ejector, though. No. Yeah. No way.
No, wait. This is taking way too long.
So much time. Reggie is the one who gets the kill too. Evos would have loved for Deposit to get that kill.
That took way too long. And Edok was even nice about it. It's like, hey, Deposit, you want to be safe in your base? Let me toss you on over there too. Oh, Argyoshi. That was a smooth sequence by them.
Well played.
Evos Holy thought they got the Jawhead. Edok got the flicker away in time. Went off. Argyoshi still got a turtle because now Rin said, okay, I need to dish out the crowd control so that we can get this. Makes the most out of the Petrify. That was smooth.
The CC lock was beautiful, right? You would not expect a Jawhead and a Kadita at level 3 to take a turtle fight, but that's what's underrated about Jawhead and Kadita. Both of them can fight even without level 4. You have a Petrify, you have another CC tool in the Breath of the Ocean, and obviously for Edok, it sets up perfectly for Rins to get an instant dive. Shadow kill down below. Oh, he actually cleared out a bit of the wave there. Toy will still be able to get the cannon minion though, so it's all good.
Okay. Sort of felt like that was just to add pressure onto Airline's lane. I thought that meant they didn't have the minion waves in mid to call for a sequence in mid also. So yeah, okay. Just slow and steady again until they decide to see each other. Evos Holy, hopefully they don't just play this passively. They really need to try and make a play outside of the objectives. Well, here's a Glue trying something, but he just has to reset.
Yeah, split onto Phoveus, walks back away. That's the lane right here. This is the Glue versus Phoveus matchup. You're going to see the wave cleared back and forth, and that's it. Turtle number 2 spawning in 3 seconds.
Yeah, good decision there for Rins to actually help out Tyrant for that, so that they'll have the Phoveus in position slightly before the Glue.
Okay. No split. Reggie's still able to flicker around into the Revitalize. Albert goes over the stun. Clears pathway. Tyrant flickering backwards. Oh, actually dodges away from the Queller. Goes back in very low. Oh, that's a demonic force. But Tyrant gets slain, and RRQ loses control of Turtle number 2. Well played to Evos.
Yeah, counter punch. Fruits of RRQ Hoshi's labor first. They were able to threaten Reggie, almost take him down, but he was able to flicker away, and Evos Holy responded really well. Albert getting that stun off, being able to do the damage alongside the low Yi. So, I'm not going to knock Evos Holy's approach this time around. A little bit more counter punchy, but he's going to counter punch Key is what happened.
And now they give the kill over to Toy. Just slowly but surely building up the late game carry in the Granger. I think it was the targeting too that was not really the best for RRQ Hoshi, committing the rough waves, Breath of the Ocean, everything onto Reggie. Like even without the split, Glue isn't a boy. I don't think he should be the main target.
Yeah, and I think he also just needs to keep reminding himself now, especially with the last pick off. If he wants to get vision, 100% Deposit has to be within the range to counter, to trade abilities. Because if it's just keep walking up, he will get blasted like earlier. Rinse!
Petrify to the back, good Purify from Deposit. The Quad Shadow placed down, but they will not follow it through. Albert actually utilizing this to go onto the purple buff. No retribution on Sutsujin. Tyrant, they be caught on the slap, pass. He jumps back in. Edok with the flank going in. Deposit, no Purify. Oh, he gets the ejector, but it's only onto the back. Oh, good Breath of the Ocean. Toy still able to shot some damage, but it's a double kill. Now almost a triple of Maniac looking for it. Albert going ham in the back. The shadow kill there. It's a shutdown for Toy. It's a wipeout though for Evos Holy.
4, 5, 4, 1. And Evos Holy can continue this. The counter punch strategy that they've been doing has worked out. Once they saw that Rins used the Petrify and used his ultimate as well, they decided, you know what, we can just go ahead and invade. Threat to the purple buff, they weren't able to steal it away, but they were able to get a massive trade centered around the Glue, leading to 4, 5 members of RRQ Hoshi down, and Evos Holy only losing their jungler.
This was a 4v5. Only literally the last shot was set by Erlan there. He came in very, very late into the fight, and Evo still won it anyways. The power of the mid-game Suyo. Now Direct poking Reggie down. To be able to actually get the ejector down, this should be a free turtle over to Evo's Holy. Yeah, Rins, there's no way he wants to go for that. Turtle claimed by Evos.
I think now we're seeing an Evo's Holy a little bit more controlled. Their movements more necessary. They're not committing unnecessary plays. Once Key got picked off that one time in the lower portion of the river, he decided, okay, let me reel myself back in and then continue playing around my Loey, around the rest of my team. Let Reggie take the lead now as the glue. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? Having a dynamic roam in EXP that can switch spots whenever they need to, just to throw their opponents off their game. And it's been working well so far.
Okay, so what do you think about the Phobias build here? It's the Thunder build start, not the War Axe start. So it's already a bit different, right? I mean, there are two variants of the Phobias build. Personally, I like the War Axe more. You get more sustain. The Thunderbelt, yeah, you are more tanky. You do provide a bit more utility, but in the end, if you lose out in the early game, that gamble is not worth it.
Yeah, I think he was just thinking about the fact that he's not with a traditional roam. He's with a pick-off damage-focused roam. And usually for the EXP laners, if the roamer is like that, the first thing they're going to think of is, okay, I just need something with more defense. Need something with a bit more utility. War Axe you go for if you have a roamer that is chunkier, something along the lines of a Tigreal. They decide to commit the diversion. How long are Evo's Holy going to stay here? They can get a big one.
I don't think so. There's nothing up top, so there's no reason for Arkehoshi to even make their way up there, right? Yeah, no camps, no purple buff, no nothing.
Yeah.
They're just gonna play it safe. So it's just as I say that, maybe they should have committed down. So it's just walks in towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, because I feel like which is weird because he already saw the Jawhead. His Jawhead in the purple buff of Evo's Holy. At that moment, once you cleared out that jungle,
he got no damage still. Albert almost escaping. Good timing on the quad shadow. They're caught in a bad spot though. Edok forced to flicker away. Rins, does he have the oddity? The breath of the ocean is there. Rins will be gunned down by Erlan on the heavy crossbow. Gets the Wind Talker, a bit more mobility. Doesn't get the slow. Edok gets away and it becomes a good trade. Deposit, Spurgeon rotation. Edok gets out.
Didn't get the interaction right there, but Edok staying in that purple buff area meant that, well, they eventually led to Albert getting taken down. Wow. Evo's Holy still has advantage in this Lord.
Yeah, Susujin is all the way up top, and Arkehoshi don't want to contest for the Lord. Despite not having Albert for a while there, they have timed it so well, Evo's Holy. They know Albert is going to be up just in time, and now they are marching down inside of RQ's own jungle. Toy, though, a lot of damage already. He has hit that power spike.
It looked like that last sequence was such a scramble. It messed up the positioning of everyone in Arkehoshi that no one got to say, hey, reset the Lords right here. They ended up in different parts of the map. Susujin ended up top. Edok down. I felt like maybe it might have been his call to say, yeah, just reset, because he's low without their roamer, without Dyron in the right spot. Reggie finds one. Oh, big Petri!
Rins in the back, Purify baited out. Reggie gonna be slain. Toy picks up the Sky Piercer stack. Now Erlang gonna be caught in the bad spot to Dyron with a flicker forward. Now Demonic Force jumping forward, almost finding it. Erlang takes him out mid-air to stop himself from being taken out.
They tried to take the risk, but it wasn't rewarded. In the end, Evo's Holy, Erlan able to run away just in time. I thought the Phobius was going to be the one to get him. That would have been so worth it if they got the Irithel. But the little bit of lifesteal that the Irithel has just helped Erlan survive.
Oh, man. 0-3-0. It's been so close to a kill, so close to an assist every single time. But Evos are just... Diversion Rins! Surprise! Erlan picks up the Mega Edok. Forced to flicker out. The Glorious Pathway slows him down. Toy able to deal with the Lord. The Holy Defense will deal with the wave coming in as well. Erlan only a few shots in, and it's still a defense from RRQ.
Evo's Holy, night and day compared to their performance in game number 1. Very calculated. It looked like now they're like very sure of themselves and what they want to do. A toss by Edok.
Into Dyron. Now Toy to be caught in the Spurgeon and the rotation. Oh my goodness, Albert! Double kill with a Soul Sever. One shot, 2 kills.
Earlier, RQ Hoshi made Evo's Holy eat damage, but now Evo's Holy is making RQ Hoshi eat some damage.
2-0 pickoff, but luckily for RQ, there are no waves for Evos to utilize in the siege. So with Toy dying, they're still going to be able to survive here.
If we had voice line packs in game, what you said just now would be included in the game. Oh my god, that hurts!
Oh yeah, that was, again, another hearty ouchie. Erlan just deletes Sutsujin. It seems Erlan has taken the assassin role this time around. Tyron back into the mid wave, top lane. Turret down again. 2 base turrets for Evo's Holy. Winter Crown for Albert. He's looking for the dive. Gets a 2-man stun. Petrify Alto Rins. Jumps in the rough waves as well. Toy able to kite away. Reggie with the flicker forward and slam. Tyron going in. That's still the Winter Crown used, but he will still fall. And RQ, against all odds, keep their base alive.
Oh, still alive but barely breathing with just... Can you even still count that as a tower in the bottom lane? At that point, that's a prop. Evo's Holy are just looking at us like, yeah, we're taking that down eventually. And now RQ Hoshi has to pull off something
This is a Lord
close
angle.
to a miracle. Wait, can they? Are they gonna force it? No, it's
15
14
seconds.
until Albert comes back.
They have to. They gotta do something. Conceal.
They don't have the mid-minion wave for them, man.
Edolf though goes in. Key walks back in. Rins walks up. That's a Purify used up. Watch out into the back. Still able to escape the glorious pathway. Erlan in the mid lane. Erlan in the mid lane. Edolf recalling. Tyrant following as well. Albert not there just yet. Sutsujin goes for it and gets the Lord. Erlan in the base though. Tyrant, has he done enough? Erlan going in. Oh my goodness! RRQ have done it again. They've taken the Lord and 3 members away from Evo's Holy.
How the heck they take the Lord? They stop the split push. RRQ Hoshi with just... That was 4 basic attacks from the Irithel away from ending. And they walked away with the Lord to boot. They can push out. They can get lots of turns with this one.
And that's without the Lord. Only now does the Lord spawn in the game. Enhanced Lord will be marching up top. Let's see how RQ Hoshi decide to utilize the Lord. They gotta be careful. They can't split up. They split up, the diversion comes in, and they're dead.
If RQ Hoshi wins this, you give the MVP to Dyron's Phoveus and the minion waves that spawn just in time to damage the minion waves.
0-3-0 up until that moment, Redmar. This guy has basically, I mean, in terms of stats, had no impact in the game.
Nada.
But Dyron stays tough all the way. He finds the impact necessary to finally get onto the scoreboard. And now, Enhanced Lord has already charged in up top. They will not get 2 charges, unfortunately. Edok Conceal, Prince, caught in the dispersion, but stun. And the pullback. Oh, go breath of the ocean! Oh my goodness, Renz catches Erlan! And just like that, Toy finds the kill. Key, glorious pathway, almost a dispersion to claim a kill, but it's not enough damage.
RQ Hoshi, what about a shower and a rinse for Evo's Holy? And they continue getting momentum in this game. Evo's Holy has the healthier base, but again, now these towers are just props to RQ Hoshi.
Shadow kill into the back deficit. Still has the Purify. Now Winter Crown from Dyron. Reggie into the mid lane. Split. Sutsujin gonna take a bit of that damage. Rins with the Oddity. Another Demonic Force proc for Dyron as he goes in, but doesn't decide to pop in the Infernal Pursuit. They go for the base turrets, and that is the experience coming in handy for RQ Hoshi, the discipline from them.
Evo's holding RQ Hoshi in this game number 2. It's them showing just, you can talk so much about interactions, the matchups of heroes, but who executes better? That's a diversion to the back, and they find the Granger!
Toy! No, shut down, bites the immortality late. 30 seconds for the 15th minute Enhanced Lord. 30 seconds on Toy still. Evos, they might decide to go in. Dyron cancels out a bit. That's an ejector to save him. Edok, did he caught in the bad spot? Now gets taken out as that's the dive into the back. Albert with Winter Crown. Dyron still in the midst of it all, jumping in again. Winter Crown to stay alive, but he will fall once again. Evos only turn it around. Sutsujin trying to cut the wave. Does he have the shadow kill? No, he does not. He has the quad shadow, and that's it. Another minute wave. Toy up in 4. Key walking Rins down. Rins walks up with the breath of the ocean. Another wave up top. Sutsujin walks in again. The base gonna be targeted down. And Evo's Holy, after a back and forth game, have finally cracked the base.
What a game! Evo's Holy! This is one heck of a seesaw game. We don't even know at which point which team is gonna win. One point we thought, hey, RQ Hoshi's getting it. Hey, evoZoli's getting it. Hey, wait,
What a
it's
game.
back again.
The age-old story for MLBB and analyzing MLBB. The end is just all about the execution. evoZoli executed so much better in this game number 2 up until Arki Hoshi found their moments to execute. And then in the end, that diversion play. One diversion to win it all for EVOS.
It's crazy just how much the game has been impacted by a drop of a hat, right? We thought that, hey, Erlan going in, trying to end the game altogether could have cost the game for evoZoli. They got all of their inhibitor turrets destroyed within a minute, and then afterwards, the game is saved from a single deposit teleport.
They can't split. They cannot split. We were talking about the split, and once they did, evoZoli found the angle. That's the diversion. That's the Loyi, right? And that's why Loyi is so good in the late game. You fall off a bit in damage, but you make up for the crazy surprises that you can single on demand.
All the setup that you need. To be
It
honest.
really is.
And that was 100% like completely thought out by Deposit. Because considering the sequence that they came from, either the Granger would have recalled back to base, or the Granger would have just walked back to somewhere around the top side of the map. So Deposit goes, come with
How are
me,
you
I've
doing
got
today?
my diversion. Let's see, maybe the Granger's here. Maybe there's 2 or 3 here. We'll catch them off guard. But they just cashed out on the best prize that they could find, and it was the Granger alone. No one else nearby.
Only non-believers will say that it is a gamble. Because it is 100% calculated, I gotta have to say. It's very specific at one very specific point to cut off the Granger from going down south.
Yeah, I think the diversion was not a gamble, but the gamble was RRQ actually leaving Erlan, only sending Tyrant to deal with him as they get the lore. Now, that was the risk that paid off. That almost paid off all the way to a game win. But with that, I think even then, it definitely has gotten evoZoli frustrated, right?
Yeah.
That game should have never gone on for long.
Yeah, they were already in the winning position. They were in the driver's seat. This should have ended 3-4 minutes ago, but they were still able to recover and using the low E, that diversion didn't have that big major impact throughout this game. Maybe just another one before that final one that won them the game, but they made the most out of it and it all worked out. So now it's up in the air who could win game number 3, because these two teams have clearly showed that they can recover from not executing that well either in the previous game or just within the previous 5 minutes. They can both bounce back. They've shown it.
There's a lot of could have, should have, would have kind of moment, right?
Yeah.
We talked, of course, the main problem, or rather the main thing that we looked at is the Erlan split push, right? We were really hoping that that actually gonna happen, but in the event that that didn't work out, boy oh boy did evoZoli lose so much from that. It's definitely a gamble, but I think that in the event that they didn't do that, right? Play the proper Lord's take, play a proper fight, that would have went to evoZoli anyways, right?
Yeah, I think also for RQ Hoshi in that moment, with that split push getting threatened, they were clearly looking at the counters for the minion waves, because you could see Dyron in that shrub, the left shrub in the middle lane. You see recall, no cancel. I'm looking at this team fight. They know the Iritha was coming with minion waves. They were thinking, we need to go back. It's like whoever it was made the call to go, no wait, we have minion waves. And that's only one wave crashing down mid. That's 3 minion waves against 1, plus a Phobius that can afford to come in late.
I think the unsung hero, though, has got to be Key on the Hylos. He didn't really get a lot of flashy plays, but it's a Hylos. So you got to put the carpet down, and that's it. You go for a stun, 100% KP.
I think that's the main important thing.
Yeah.
To have 100% kill participation, and out of that all, there's 17 kills that has happened throughout the map for a Hylos, which didn't pick up any single emblem that responds to mobility at all.
No.
It was a full tank, vitality and tenacity.
Yeah, this is the in-game equivalent of moral support. He stands there, Link brings down his ultimate, pops a revitalize, and in my head, he just go there, all right, guys, you got this. All right, good job, good job. Yo,
I've done my job.
Yeah, you need a back rub after this? No, I got you. You do you. And people like that do deserve to win MVP.
The
Moral
unsung hero.
support.
And nobody gives them the respect that they are due. All right, like they need. Look at him. Look at him. He's walking down. He's like, who needs healing? Who needs healing? Walks up to anybody who's low, gives them the HP, and ends up winning the team fight for him.
Yeah, he's your best friend who goes up to you after maybe you've been going through a rough patch, and out of nowhere he'll just go, "Hey man, you're looking kind of swole lately. Good on you."
Sounds like an absolute Chad.
Yes, it's key, bro.
Everyone needs a bro
XBTR,
like you.
by the way.
That's key.
Yeah, don't forget. What again?
XBTR.
XBTR.
Best player in the world.
You have something with BTR at this point in time.
No, what do you mean?
Where's your jersey?
When they win, if they win.
Why did you fold so quickly? You go from when to if.
Hey, they lost,
It's
which
the
was
two-
they lost an upset against like Filipino team. Like,
It's the O2 that broke him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even went around asking, hey, how does it feel like to watch the best team in the world going up against
Onyx PH.
Onyx PH,
Yeah.
That was a fine moment.
That was a.
That kind of broke him.
It didn't break me. It just.
It did something.
It did something.
Right in the kokoro.
It's like the Hylos equivalent of the negative part. Like, like you don't feel it, but it's just like something's missing.
Yeah. You need a Hylos in your life then.
I need key.
Yeah, you
wait,
need key.
he was part of the. Oh,
Yeah, and
He was the key.
He was the key.
He was the key. But
oh man,
he was
they
still
lost
in
it
BTR.
all.
It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes in life we just need to follow the light.
Yeah. You just have to.
Yeah. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a we do have a 1-1. So this is great. This is probably the first one. I mean, the first 1-1 for this stream. I'm not too sure about the other streams though. But who cares about the other streams? B and C.
This is stream A supremacy.
Yeah, exactly. This is the game.
B is
the
okay.
game.
C is just like, bro, come on.
A is the game as well.
A is the way.
A is the way.
A is the way.
A is the way.
Put up your A's.
W stream A.
Can
we get an L? Nah, no.
But yeah, great game so far. It does seem like Renmar's prediction currently is out of the window for
I'm mad.
A02. But both of us were going up against one another.
Yeah, you went RQ, I went Evos.
Yes, exactly. So Lutz's gonna do a push-up right on stream there. Right there.
On stream?
On stream.
On
You gotta
stream.
do
All
it.
right. How many push-ups?
I don't know. What's a good amount?
10?
10?
Yeah, we can do 10.
Yeah, 10 sounds fine. Sure. Perfect.
All right, mark it.
There you go.
Shook hands.
We'll see you guys right back in a short little bit. And the next game is going to be the final game between these two teams, EVOS Holy versus RRQ Hoshi. Whichever team wins, one of us gonna do a push-up right here on stream. Catch you guys in a bit. Gentlemen, welcome back to Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. We've got 2 games already down already, and that is EVOS Holy versus RRQ. 1-1. With Mirko and I, we did shake our hands to that. Whichever team that
did that.
Your hands did things.
We did it. We
did it. We did
shook.
it. We shook our hands. Whichever team that wins, if EVOS Holy wins, I do a push-up.
10.
If RQ Hoshi
10 push-ups.
10 push-up. I
Yeah,
do
you
10
guys,
push-ups.
you guys decided on 10.
We
Yeah.
decided at 10, yes. If RQ Hoshi wins, he does a 10. Right here on stream, absolutely clippable. Although,
Here or there? How do we?
I
How does it get? How do we?
Yeah,
get
we
it
have to
framed?
talk about it with production. Get the framing
Maybe
right.
it'll be next match because we gotta get the framing right.
Yeah, we gotta get the framing right.
But we
on
will
that.
do it.
We will do it. Don't worry. We keep our promises.
Yeah.
All right. So far we've got both of these games down and under already. I gotta have to. Oh wait, hold on a second. Before we even talk about that,
Whoa! What? Yo, Falcon Esport. They are not a, like, this team is not a joke, and what they did at M6 was not a fluke. This was the team that went all 5 games, the only team to go all 5 games in the playoffs of M6 against Onyx PH.
Yeah.
They are no joke.
against Aurora.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, and I thought Aurora had, like finally has like things figured out. Of course, after like M6 World Championship, a lot of people doubted them. They came back for challenge season, did really well, and
Beat
then
TLID.
beat TLID. That too. Now the fact that they dropped 0-2 to Falcon Esports means that now all of us have to keep Falcon Esports in our eyes.
Yes, it's no longer at the back of our head anymore.
Yeah.
We literally have to just stare right at them and say that they are contenders.
How's the Falcons Onyx match?
Oh yeah, that's also ongoing in Stream B. We didn't get an update, so it's not done yet. Maybe that also went to 3 games?
Oh yeah, that might be the case. I think it could be a 1-1.
Oh, it did.
It's
Yeah,
1-1.
It is 1-1. Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the next game. We've got EVOS Holy that will be starting on first pick, first ban, and RRQ Hoshi second pick, second ban.
Okay, so finally a change. So I think it's RRQ Hoshi that wanted to go to the red side.
Yeah.
And I believe it is also Kescute's preferred side in MPL Indonesia Season 14 at least.
Ah, so he's always been like the red side guy, more counter drafty.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what they'll whip up for the last pick or last 2 picks. Usually that's where the surprise from on the red side.
Still.
Of course, prioritize it. That's 3 straight games, so that means Deposit like has no excuse to have a bad low Yi game. This is your 3rd game in a row. You are warmed up and ready.
Whoa, early Badang.
And that's an early surprise. That's one of the best things you can do on the red side is you swerve your opponent and you pick up a surprise pick. It's Badang in the first 2.
Now that they take the Suyo away from EVOS Holy, Albert's going to be forced to play a different hero. He's only played Suyo in the series so far. So let's see, Albert, is it going to be a Joy pick? That's my question. Against a Badang, it's kind of tough. You know, there's a lot of displacements there. But it is a Joy. I know Albert. And a Bruno. Early Bruno, too.
Oh yeah, you definitely do not see anymore.
I think that's just a comfort pick for Erlan. That's the reason RQ actually banned out the Bruno instead of the Irithel in Game 2, second phase.
So 2 burst magics, 1 burst physical. So they dish out damage in chunks. I mean, the good thing is the burst physical isn't cooldown based, it's just basic attack based. So I like the damage profile on EVOS Holy. While for RQ Hoshi, they needed something like a Moskov, especially up against that Joy. And you balance out the macro presence as well up against the Loyi.
Milo Span comes in from RQ Hoshi.
I mean, to see a Moskov on the side of RRQ Hoshi, that's definitely something. But I want to touch the I want to touch Badang, right?
Wait,
I want to touch on Badang.
Badang?
Whichever.
Okay, sure.
Let's just pick that way, okay? Okay, so Badang has been picked out so early in the game, right? So what exactly is something that we gotta have to look out from EVOS Holy? What's the best pick that they can come they can look out for right now?
Dude,
That's a priority.
Based on my rank games,
on
you
your
just
rank
can't
games, yes.
counter this guy. but like in pro play, I think they just gotta be very aware of the fights. They need to understand when to go in and go out. Like it has to be kind of clinical.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, in ranked games, it's just really tough to go up against Badang.
Yeah. Plus, I think, do I do this now? I think I decide to show myself as a preacher of the Church of Makai.
Oh.
And
That's a pretty good answer, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, the walls that he builds up,
When he
can be his demise.
when he Kabedon you Kabedon him.
yeah, I'm looking at this right.
Kabedon.
What?
Kabedon.
You know the.
You want to see what the Kabedon is?
Like,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So when he puts you on the wall, you gotta put him back and pin him.
We have
in
a
the wall.
wall
fun
here.
times. Yeah, fun times.
We have a wall here.
We have many walls.
Not just one wall.
A wall.
Yeah, actually behind the camera, it's the outside.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually, not even as just an answer to Badang. It would not be too crazy if Arky Hoshi decides to pair up an Akai somewhere in their lineup. I'm just so neck deep in the Church of Akai right now that I feel like it just
Church of Akai.
it just meshes with everything.
I hope Akai gets picked. Just
Thank
for you.
It was picked earlier by See You Soon, but it didn't.
Oh,
it
no,
didn't
well.
go well for them. Yeah.
Well, it needs a redemption arc then.
Wait.
Yeah.
And Akai.
See?
Valentina ban, Phobia's ban. Are they gonna go for Lucas? Evos?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. That could
Does it even make sense? Okay,
I think it
Lucas in
does.
the EXP, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about Lucas in the
Lucas
EXP.
XP.
Oh wow.
But Lucas in the EXP against a Badang.
Yeah,
How
I
does
think
that look like?
I think it still makes sense.
Well, we don't know where this Badang's going to. Because
It's flex.
Yeah, it's flex. Earlier, like the first time team started picking out Badang, we said,
Badang.
maybe roam Badang, maybe not that, just put in the XP.
Yeah.
But it seems like teams got to adjust, and they now know how to apply it properly in the roam.
Okay.
They take it away first. Smart from RQ.
That is definitely a steal.
Yeah, that's a steal, and
Yeah.
now we know where the Badang is going.
Yeah,
It's gonna
for
be a
sure.
roam Badang.
Yeah.
So that means that they are a relatively squishy composition.
Yeah, and if they pick CC here,
Yeah.
which is like the best answer to the Lucas right now, they're gonna be lacking.
Front line.
Yeah, they need front line. They need a heavy front, especially with those three. They need a heavy front.
Is this not a CC Akai combo then?
Akai roam, CC, EX roam. I don't. The thing is, I don't see the mid laner yet of the other side.
Got to make sense. Okay, CC, okay.
Yeah, I think the Gauntlet is actually a really good pick. Yeah. RQ. Now, do they go for the Sicilian? I don't think so, right? There's a bit too much
so.
dive.
Yeah.
Don't need damage output, raw burst.
Payback
Yeah.
Still the Farsa for Rins. Okay.
Yeah, because
Against the Joy. That is.
Kind of an all-strike thing and just kind of go big or go home.
it's. I remember yesterday when we were playing your ranked games. I considered the Farsa up against a Joy. And I'm like, really, you want to do that?
Yeah.
But then recently, I've been starting to feel more like. And this is not just me, like, you know, selling
This is
myself
only
out
red
there.
mark. If you want a mid laner, contact.
No, but with so much other crowd control in the spread of Arky Hoshi, if Arky Hoshi just remembers they have a Farsa to protect, the Farsa will be okay.
Yeah, I agree. It comes down to trusting your teammate.
Yeah.
We'll see whether RQ Hoshi will trust one another and make sure that the Farsa stays alive, actually, with a great amount of dive. It's definitely going to be the fun game, because by the end of this game, someone's going to do 10 push-ups. We're going to have to find it out. Between RQ Hoshi or Evo Soli, who's going to be the one to make it? Who's going to be the one that takes this game series?
We shall see. A 1-1. The first one today in Stream A. Erlan on the signature pick. Albert on the Joy. RQ, though, they have a lot of new picks too. Rins back on the far side here. It's Sutsujin on a signature Suyo pick. 100% versus Albert's 100% on the Joy.
Oh,
what the heck?
Already?
Just happened? Okay, so maybe it's not just the Joy you have to deal with. You gotta deal with the Loi. And to be fair, Badang roam, this is why I'm not a big fan of the Badang roam.
Yeah.
You don't have that much prio.
I'm wondering how that happened, because we didn't see the map yet at that moment. We were still looking at the two junglers. It felt like it's one of those scenarios that maybe they didn't check the shrub in time, or they... Because Rins committed the flicker. He might have bumped into a wall or something along those lines.
There's no way he would have died if he did bump into a wall, right? Or if he didn't flicker forward.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, right?
No one on the other side's that low. Deposit's a bit low. Whatever happened in the mid lane, I think it's safe to say it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Whatever happens in the mid lane stays in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Let's take that off the scoreboard. Let's make it back 0-0.
I don't think MLBB works that way.
Kido on the Gatot Kacha here, just trying to hold in the wave. Deposit coming back to clear it up. And I guess for the Farsa, right, another good thing about it is your wings by wings, your rotation, you're really quick to go for ganks and put on kill pressure around the map. Albert, Electrify Beast, trying to go for the chase onto Edok. Gets this place still. And both teams are just, hovering over, farming.
Made the most of the knockback. I like how Albert actually used the electrifying beats just to show that, okay, if you mess us up, Edok, we're going to convert you into a kill. Instead of just showing himself up, trying to push him back, he actually threatened a kill, which forced a reaction, even if it was a small one from Edok.
Good control from RQ over the turtle. Level 4 for Deposit and Reggie. Sunsjin taking it a bit slow. Oh, good pullback. The turtle gonna be reset. Edok though, oh, just disintegrated, melted down. Albert walking up, revitalized now, coming in from Dyron, pushing them all back into the feather. Airstrike actually outside of the area. Now Dyron taunted up. He goes for the CC again. 1 HP. Key bops down the ground, picks the kill up, and RRQ lose control of Turtle 1.
Even though Albert was knocked back, he was able to get away from the Badang in time. Edok wasn't level 4 yet. He was knocked into the wall, but Albert was just able to dash away without a problem. This Badang roam early on might not get the prizes that he wants to get, while Albert gets his prize, the purple buff of RQ Hoshi.
Oh, that is a dub on top of a dub. 3-0 start, a turtle, a purple.
Easy,
Edok
easy.
on the Badang,
Sure.
electrify beats.
Sure.
Edok gonna be taken out. Oh, Spear of Destruction landing, but there's not enough damage. Not yet for Toy. Key, oh, just jukes around from everything. Feather Airstrike not catching him in time.
Evos Holy just keep finding dubs after dubs, and Arki Hoshi just keep taking the L's that Evos Holy are delivering. Also unfortunate, Arki Hoshi are missing some key stuns to turn team fights or little skirmishes around, which means Evos Holy can just continue the rampage that they're on. 4-0 already, 2,200 gold lead, almost there at 3 minutes and 40 seconds in.
And now, I mean, I don't know, Renmar, if in hindsight, if you look at the draft, would you not be like, RQ probably should get the first turtle?
Yeah.
At least, like, this is not the best setup for Evos Holy in terms of turtle. It's a Joy in the Jungle versus a Suyo. It's a Lucas and a Badang. And now that it's a 4-0, 2,300 gold lead, it's only going to get more difficult for RQ.
Yeah, he sort of trapped himself between hard place and his own wall.
Oh no,
trading
Sunsjin.
Trading for the Badang's not going to be the easiest. Sunsjin able to get away.
Steals the orange buff as well.
Yeah, dude, he knows he's so in the lead now.
This is not good at all for RQ Hoshi. This looks like, oh, Albert could have gone for that too. Maybe burnt out a flicker. Edok was nowhere in place. He just chose the safe route.
Yeah, they're talking about this is now RQ Hoshi has to sacrifice a bit of mid control to make sure their jungle's safe.
Yeah. And even then, it's not really gonna. Oh, Sunsjin still was able to get the orange buff, by the way. Now it's Albert Dope. Jumping to the back, but finally beats as well. Dispersion rotation enough to zone RQ away. There is no way they contest for the second turtle of the game. And Evos Holy will make it quick. Takes the turtle, no retribution. That's a revitalize. Oh, tied down with the curtain call. Tyron escaping with his own revitalize and a feathered airstrike from Rins.
Yeah, good coverage by Rins to help escape the mid. Albert's just feeling it right now. He's completely in the zone up against Sunsjin. While Sunsjin can't find the right angle, and Toy gets found out by Evos Holy.
And now Reggie is forced back. Edelon going ham on these footballs, and you can see the damage. You can see the comfort choice diversion to the back. Edok able to dash away from the taunt, but again, it's Depezet on a signature Loyi, constantly putting the damage down. That burst.
Remember when I said that maybe teams have fully understood how to maximize the Badang roam? I might have been kind of wrong for this one. Edok seems like he's not completely comfortable with playing around the Badang, or maybe it's just because really what happened in the mid where we didn't see how Rins got picked off in the first place. But this is not how RRQ wanted the first 5 minutes to go. The story right now with their lineup should have been the other way around.
It really should. It's a 4,000 gold lead now, and 1,000 just between the gold laners. On a Joy against a Suyo. Starlium Scythe done. Toy, Rins. You know how we were talking about the Farsa having to trust his teammates?
Yeah.
I think the teammates might be bursted too by this Joy. We'll see. It's a ganking down below. Albert just walks away as Erlan gets a turret up top. There are no trades for RQ.
It's like they're telling Rins, thank you for trusting us, but we're also dead.
Yeah. RQ are getting suffocated at this point. They're not able to farm. You can see just how smart Evos are playing it too. Always rotating in a way to zone Toy from the farm, to zone anyone from going bot, because Joy is there, always hovering.
Yeah, what we're seeing now are the results, I feel like, of two big mistakes that, or things that went wrong for Arkeyoshi. Number one was, of course, the early pickoff and Rins. Number two is how they didn't get that first turtle. When we saw that EVOS Holy still contested for the first turtle while Albert was getting his purple buff, I was thinking, why? Albert still actually wants to contest this because it looks so good for Arkeyoshi. But Arkeyoshi, it's like they slowed down their take on that first turtle, which led to the first big win for EVOS Holy.
Okay. Flicker to escape. I guess that's the most you can do. There's not much you can really do right now. EVOS have taken out Turtle. They have rotated bot with the diversion, so Arcu couldn't get a single trade off the board, and even showing up on the map like Toy here is dangerous. You're putting yourself at risk. You don't know where the Joy is, and that's why Toy is instantly backing away. He gets 1 minion, and he's like, okay, where's the Joy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can do one other thing. Hope for a miracle.
Hope for a miracle. They almost, got a comeback miraculously in game number 2. So
yeah,
maybe for RQ, that's all they can do right now. Wait, farm, and hope.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where, ouch, that Loyi interaction.
Holy crystal, 8 minutes. Albert.
My good. Yeah, Arkeyoshi, hopefully their comms are still going and they're talking about how to come back. Hopefully no one's just quiet and mindlessly playing the game. They need to constantly be giving each other information right now, seeing if they can find an opening, but even if they find one opening, it feels like they can't take it, because the members of EVOS Holy will just crash onto them, trying to get that 1 or 2 trade that Arkeyoshi would initially want to get.
And for RQ, they are... This is when you know you are so far behind, when you have to group up as 4 to get gold.
Yeah.
They are trying to get any little bit of gold that they can find, and Toy 8 minutes in. Second item. He is really being suffocated here. You can see the Gata Kacha facilitate the Joy. He's going and diving. Toy zone away from the turret here in tier 2. And look at Albert. He doesn't go for the turret. He just lets it get denied. Diamond walks up for a play. Spirit of Destruction to the backline as well. Oh, the LG lands and everybody falls. Now it's Albert who's looking for the kill. 2 for 0. It's 7 0. Toy gets caught by the diversion. Edlan with a double. 1 in mid, 1 more down below.
It's disastrous for our Arkeyoshi. I thought they'd try to get a safer pick. 1, 2, a straggler, but not in the middle of the map when you have full info that there are members of EVOS Holy coming from the right side, in their perspective, the left side of the map. Where members of EVOS Holy are showing themselves. That was an honest fight they decided to take in the mid. Why is the question? And Key, why are you that deep?
You asked why, and I guess we have to ask again.
Why?
8 and 1. That could have been a clean scoreboard all the way to at least a base turret. But hey, if you're gonna die, might as well die now. Or actually, no. The Lord is coming up. Yes, 12 seconds. Okay, I guess he can still make it. They're not really shoving the waves. They're going to get a tier 2 anyway.
I'm straight up just going to say that shouldn't have happened.
That really shouldn't have happened. I'm just trying to look at the bright side.
We have enough lights here. It's bright enough.
It's bright. Oh,
Reggie.
Okay.
Rins?
Rins forced to flicker out. Went for a gamble there with a Feather Airstrike. At least they have great clear with Toy on the Moskov, just spearing his way down for that Lord. And because Key got picked off, RQ will survive with no base turrets taken down.
Yeah, they have another minion wave to crash with, though. I think they can threaten at least one. I don't know, with the passive still there. Yeah, they reset after the sequence already. They've done their jobs. No unnecessary commitments. No one going in diving behind the final turrets. So all good right now for EVOS Holy. Disciplined. Except that, you know what? It's just not. Yeah, let's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's great.
Okay, you know what? Great. There are 2 things we need to remove: the Key death and the Rin's first blood. All right, like that. I think we'll both teams will be happy with those. You know, like.
Funnily enough, if you take that out, EVOS Holy are still up 7-0.
Exactly. See, yeah. So for EVOS Holy, they're just chill. They don't need to wait for it. They don't need to really force anything. They can just wait for the Lord to spawn back in. 60 seconds, which means it's going to be the enhanced Lord. And yeah, they're freezing up all of the waves here. They're not shoving in any. Now they decide to go mid because they want pressure for the orange buff. Albert walking up without a care in the world. Deposits! Oh, indeed. Feather Airstrike, though. Deposit's going to respect that, too. Rins is starting to deal damage. So, EVOS Holy cannot, underestimate RQ. They need to get this game over with quick.
Yeah, the comeback is gonna come because of the effect Farsa has on the map. It's gonna come from Rins, it's gonna come from the Farsa bursting 1 or 2 down with 2 hits of the feathered airstrike. If it's risky, he shouldn't commit the third. He could just fly, reposition, try to get a stun off with the Curse of Crow, well, with any of his combos. But they could, but it's gonna be a hell of a climb. It's 11.4k for EVOS Holy.
So now it's just a building game. War Axe, Brute Force, Oracle 2.
It's a 1 item gap between the Lo Yi and the Farsa. Once Rins gets his 3rd item, since he rushed the Divine Glaive at 2nd, that should be the sign for EVOS Holy to start respecting the Farsa a lot more for it to get turned around. But it might not even get to that point because it looks endable for this next Lord.
Yeah, it definitely does. 8-1 for EVOS Holy currently. It's 13,000 gold lead, building to maybe a 14,000 by the time they take the base turrets. They're just going to wait for 13-10 for the Lord to spawn back into the game. And again, they will continue to suffocate Araki Hoshi within their own base.
Yeah, it actually didn't also commit something like trying to do something cheeky, like trying to go around through the back and yanking the members of EVOS Holy as they're sieging forward. They just have to accept this is going to be an honest fight. They know where the Farsa is going to be, how Dyrant times his ultimate is going to be big. If Toy can do something crazy with Spear of Destruction, maybe. But hey, it's honest as you can get with this next one.
But the airstrike used to poke down, but it's only onto Key, and there's another mini wave coming down. There's another wave in the bottom lane with the Enhanced Lord as well. So Erlan with the Melfic gun. He has the range. Regi picks up the turret. Erlan slide tackle forward, dealing damage to Sunsujin. Together with Regi, Red's gonna be caught in the dispersion. Able to escape for now. Regi already escaping, popping the Vengeance. Erlan additional damage. You can see that Pierce damage. Enoch gets dismantled in the mid lane. Key, Winter Crown, Sunsujin timing up the stun, gets Key. It will be a 1-for-1. Don't Sunsujin deleted again, this time by Erlan, but RQ with the Feather Airstrike, with the Moskov, they're able to defend.
RQ Hoshi, I thought that would be it at that moment, but they were just able to make the right moves, and EVOS Holy as well. I think RQ Hoshi managed the top and mid minion waves well enough that they could delay it so that they could have 2 activations of the Feathered Airstrike. 1 to clear the initial minion wave coming in, and 2 near the end. Rins is getting that ultimate fast, and while Rins is up, seems like we have to acknowledge that this might not be an easy end for EVOS Holy.
Again, for Araki Hoshi, I thought after using the Feather Airstrike to poke Key, they won't really have enough resources to deal with the wave in the mid lane, but they did. And for EVOS Holy, I think the wave in the mid lane was pushed in a bit too prematurely.
Yeah.
Enhanced Lord was marching in bot, and it was still quite far from that mid lane. So mismanaged waves here from EVOS Holy. Definitely a few things that they can still, cook for the upcoming season, and obviously maybe the playoffs later.
Yeah.
But Araki Hoshi, they stand a chance. The miracle is possible.
Yeah, still gonna take some time for that Farsa, because the Farsa can't even get out to get gold in whatever they can find in the jungle. It literally comes from all the minion waves that can come in. But EVOS Holy are also slowly pushing that, just letting the minion waves naturally push out. They're not really clearing anything, so that really you're delaying the farm on this Farsa. It's gonna be a while until Rins can get that Holy Crystal.
GDS for Erlan, another free Lord for EVOS Holy. This will be the 3rd attempt of a siege for EVOS Holy. Still with the Enhanced Lord though, they still gotta wait for 3 more minutes, or now 2 more minutes for the Evolved Lord, if necessary. But if it does get to that point, there are going to be some questions thrown around. RQ might actually be able to contest if it ends up being that long.
End it here though.
Yeah.
Right? Like with the next Lord coming
Logically,
in.
they should.
Yeah, if something goes terribly wrong for EVOS Holy, so Araki Hoshi did something. Should help now that Susujin has a BOD. There's a little bit more damage that they could work with if they can bring any member of EVOS Holy low down quick enough.
They're holding top wave.
Yeah.
So they're letting it shove in, and the minions are following. So, okay, 3-wave push coming down.
Make it just a little bit more. Try to find the right angle. Evo's Holy here. All logic says end it right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, Toy still able to escape there. Avatar of the Guardian as Toy goes up the Abyss Walker, or an Abyss Step rather now in the back. Erlan shut down! What has happened? Key now zoned away from the base. Deficit looking for the end with the Lord. It's gonna be dealt with again. No marksman on the board. Arikoshi! It's a pin down with the Spear of Misery. Toy escaping. Albert pinned down, almost buys the immortality just in time and escapes. RRQ, they hoped for a miracle this entire game, and they have found it in the form of a shutdown to Erlan.
They're still holding out. That's enough space to get first-tier towers, at least, maybe if not on the sides, at least break the one in the mid lane. Get farm, move fast. This is your time, Arky Hoshi, as Evo's Holy. Erlan getting taken out, and Albert, I gotta acknowledge, Albert buying the immortality was nuts because he was doing that while he was dashing. Yeah, dashing. No, not like that. And there goes the miracle.
Well, there's 60 seconds for the Lord. If Evos go for a three-wave push here, is it endable? Do they have the super minions? Are the super minions enough? It's a 14,000 goal lead. It should not be this close.
Yeah.
Yet RQ with the Forza and the Moscow are still here.
45, threatening that Arky Hoshi. This is gonna be a tough defense.
Wings by wings. Toy still able to handle it now for the airstrike coming down. Edok able to go into the back line as well. That's gonna be Edok taken down. The base wide open. Now it's Diamond walks up, revitalize. Evo's Holy. It took them a while, but finally they found Sutsujin, and that opened up an angle to end the game 2-1.
Mirko has got his prediction correct.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Sir Abstract.
We'll get to that in a short bit. We'll get to that in a very short bit. But congratulations over to Evo's Holy. Let's talk a little bit more about this post-game, shall we? Because it really seems as though, time and time again, Luoyi has been this very pivotal chess piece in today's games thus far. And I think that we're gonna have to really identify that Luoyi has been performing very well, especially from deficit. 0-0 is 4-0-9. That's some crazy statistics, and there's some amazing outs too. Catching the Bruno completely off guard was still completely in the game previous in the previous game. Was it Bruno? Was Bruno?
The Granger. It was the Granger. The Granger of Toy in the previous game.
Ah, right.
Yeah. But now Deposit. Yeah, I mean, we said it earlier. That's his third game in a row. And yeah, he just looked so comfortable. How he was playing the map, how he was comboing with Key. I think it was a good arc for Evo's Holy in the series. Game number 1, Key and Deposit. Clearly, there's some disconnect there. Game number 2, they fixed that up. Game number 3, it was just perfect from them.
I think it was just really well played from Evo's Holy. All the way from... I'd say from game number 2, yeah. Again, they knew how to play the early game. They lacked in the mid to late game. That was when RRQ was able to get a few comebacks, and they fixed that in game 3.
Yeah.
Not entirely, though, again, because this, I think, still, Evos aren't going to be happy with the win in game 3. Like, they're going to be happy, but they're not going to be overjoyed.
Yeah.
They're going to look at it and say, hey, we were good, but there was a lot of things. A lot of things that we could have done better.
Although I gotta have to say though, the way that Evo's Holy won this game is very methodical.
Yeah.
Because look at the middle stats, right? They didn't even give RRQ Hoshi a single turret, a single Lord, nor a single turtle.
Only
and I think
3 purple buffs.
Oh, and only gave them 3 purple buffs. I think that speaks evidence of how strong Evo's Holy has managed to kind of grab hold of this game for themselves. Even though the game span all the way to 18 minutes. I think that this is probably like their magic number or their comfortable number as to, okay, we can end this right here, right now. We're not in a rush or anything, right?
Yeah, and I think we're also reminded just to one of the biggest strengths of Evo's Holy is just, I feel like other teams are also underestimating them in a way.
Fair.
Because, again, they were the surprise team of the challenge season with the run that they were able to have. Now they qualified into here. People are probably thinking, but it's a different roamer. It wasn't Ivan. Now it's Key. But they still have the same playstyle of they're doing things that you don't expect a lot of teams to do, but they're making the most out of it. And it seems like they have their own sense of like when's the best time to take a fight for them, that it takes other teams off guard. Because at that moment, with most of the top end teams right now around the world, they're thinking there are moments where, yeah, you're not going to take this fight. Again, case in point, that very first turtle that should have gone to Arki Hoshi. Arki Hoshi were positioned in such a way that they didn't expect Albert to come in there.
Yeah. They were not ready for that, yeah. And again, losing first turtle, it was just very weird for RRQ with this kind of composition. And I think that was the catalyst of what ended up being the loss here for RRQ. If it wasn't for the first turtle, if RRQ got the first turtle, let's say if Rins didn't get caught in the first blood, I think things would have ended up very differently.
Yeah, it felt like there was a bit of tilt already there in the early game with the Farsa death, with the first turtle loss, with the invade top side that translated to the bottom side.
Then the Sutsujin after the miraculous defense. Overextending.
Yeah, that overextend just when you thought they had it. It felt like there were a lot of moments here that, I mean, to be fair, it would tilt and test the patience of a lot of people.
Is there more that we can talk about when it comes down to the team composition, right? Because at one point in time we were thinking, hey, did they steal the Lucas away from Evil's Holy? And it comes down to the point that we don't have that big of frontliners that can really do anything. And then boom, here we have a Farsa. Let her survive.
If I'm being honest with you, I personally am not a big fan of Badang role. I like Badang XP, but also I don't like Farsa against this kind of composition, right? Like we were talking about, yeah, you can still trust your teammates, but still, it's very difficult to execute, and especially if you fall behind, it just becomes a pick where you have to rely not only on your teammates, but you have to rely on the fact that you win the early game.
Yeah. At the same time, even though I'm more in the camp of there are really moments where you can pick the Farsa up against a lineup that has a Joy. For me, this was one of them. But I do also agree with you, the Roam could have been a different pickup. It just felt so disconnected between the Badang and the Farsa.
They got forced to Lucas.
Yeah, and because like that lineup also for Araki Hoshi, with those 4 other picks, and then you have the Moskov as your gold laner, those 4 need to win the early to mid. Because your Moskov, those 4 sets up for the Moskov to hit his power spike around 7-8 minutes, and then you're good. While if you do not get that power spike and you get beat down early on, you have no reasonable comeback before 15 minutes. Your comeback will come after 15 minutes.
Like you kind of lost all your chips in the early stages, right? You don't have a way to really pave the way. You don't have a way to really just play in the late stages and just hope that you do well against Evil's Holy at the point. So it's definitely unfortunate. And then of course we talked about how fragile this team is. In the end, it becomes a field day for Albert. We can see throughout the entire game, and of course, as a Joy with Temporal Rain, he's having fun. That electrifying beats, damn, he's going everywhere. He's in the opponent's jungle. He's threatening every single people's position, and the amount of damage that he can deal is just not a funny thing at all.
No, definitely isn't funny. Not to RQ especially. There, it was deadly. Again, congratulations to Evo's Holy for their first win here in their first LAN event as a team.
Like,
with Key.
Yeah. Congratulations to them, well deserved.
Damn. Okay, so we in the previous series we did manage to get a nice little interview with Coach Cindy Lucas. So this time with Evo's Holy getting themselves a win, that means that we will be able to interview one of their coaches or maybe one of the players. Oh, okay. So you heard that already. Okay. So let's just reel that right in and Coach.
Hi. Hello. Good. Pretty good.
Okay, so
I'm happy with the result, so I'm so good.
Fair enough. Now, 2-1. This is the current scoreline, right? Is this an expected result? Let's just put it out there first.
Actually, yeah, because this is our first LAN tournament overseas, so to adapt at the first game, we lose the first game. I think it's quite okay, but we end up
How are you doing today?
2-1 against RRQ. We are happy with that.
Yeah, I think it was a great performance, Coach. Great adaptation from the team as
Thank
well. Game 3, though, I got a question for you, Coach. You banned out the Phoveus in the first phase, banned out the Valentina in the second. Were you setting up for a Lucas, and did RQ take the Lucas away? Was that planned before they took it away from you?
No, actually, if we ban Valentina, we can open Lucas and edit. So I think it's open a lot of hero here.
So it was just like an opening for them, yeah.
Yeah, and they were also
Yeah.
even considering the Edith. Speaking of picks, your mid
Yes.
laner Deposit, he played 3 games in a row in a low
Yeah.
E. Did you go into today knowing that he'd play low E all throughout, or naturally did it just pop up that hey, it seems like low E is good right here, right now?
Actually, he really play the low E, and our team I think fit really well with his signature hero. So, yeah, I'm as a coach draft the hero around my signature player, and end up we scored the first game.
So you were drafting around Deposit's low E.
I think it's everybody's signature hero. I try to mix and match signature hero from everyone of my team.
Okay,
So yeah, I mix everything that my player convert to play.
Okay, so now the other thing is, okay, I'm just looking forward to see, what is going to be the next game coming in from esports, but I don't think that they have a game that is going to be in Stream A, unfortunately. So maybe I can just kind of whip that up real quickly and see which game they are actually going to be playing.
Yeah.
So,
While you search that, I actually want to ask, like, how is Keith fitting in with the rest of the team? Like, how's his relationship with the players? How's the chemistry right now for them?
Wow. I think even though he's the last member join the team, but he's the one who always cheer up the other team. He's really humble and he's really funny. So even though he's the last member, he is fit really well to the team.
And I guess, Coach, I got a question for you too. This is a personal question.
Yeah.
How has it been, the adaptation for you personally to MLBB and to coach for a team like, as big as EVOS in your debut season as a coach?
Yes, as new game, I think I played this game like back in 2020. I think it's 2020. I played in the semi-competitive like 1 year, so I think my adaptation is fine. As a coach, I become a coach for national team for other game also. So I think it's fine for me to become a coach in EVOS because this is my previous team in my competitive era back in 2016 and to 19. Yeah.
Oh, it goes way back with you.
Yeah, really way back. So it's all within the organization and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
True.
So, Coach Avil, the next game,
Yes.
the next game that you guys are going up against with is Team Falcons. from
Falcon PH, yep.
Philippines. Yes. So, what are you expecting from them? What's your prediction for scorelines? Give us a little bit more.
Actually, they are playing now against Onyx Indonesia, right? But I didn't know the results, so I think I need to find out the match first. Falcon VH versus Onyx ID. For now, I'll just wait for it first. Then see.
Okay.
Oh, you just got information, Coach.
We just got
Falcons
it.
Okay,
1-2-1.
Okay.
Okay.
Confidence level? Where do you stand as esports?
Oh, even against every team competing here, my confidence and my team confidence is really good. So we are ready to face any team in this tournament.
Alright, so I guess the power ranking will probably can kind of like shoot esports up in the power rankings.
I put him up top,
You
bro.
put him up
I
top.
put him up
Okay. I can't remember what's mine already, actually. But regardless, any last words that you'd like to say to the stream and to all the other players and fans, for example?
Okay, thanks for the fans who always supporting us and my player. I'm really happy to have that in my team. They respect me as a coach. I respect them as a player as well, and we trust each other as a friend. So we are happy.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Coach. Thank you. We'll see you guys.
Thank
See you
you.
again on the flip side, and hopefully
Yeah.
we'll be able to interview again very soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Now, with that all said and done, and of course all of that is wrapped up, we've got match 2 done. Indonesia versus Indonesia, but that's not all. We still got another game that's Indonesia versus Indonesia. Again, Bigatron Alpha versus Team Liquid Indonesia. Now, okay, Marco, go say it.
Hey, listen. Even Liquid weren't able to get a game off of Onyx PH.
Okay.
So, this is a fair matchup. Both teams lost to Onyx PH.
Okay. What happened to the best team in the world that phrase?
They still are the best. I mean, they are still undefeated at M6. So
Yeah, Bigatron esports
Are
is
undefeated.
undefeated at M6.
They're undefeated.
You're not wrong. You're also not
right.
You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
okay,
Exactly.
I'll give you that.
Perfect. In this case, we are gonna go off for a very short break, and once we're back, we'll be able to give you guys that upcoming game, Bigatron
And
Alpha versus in this Team Liquid Indonesia. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't a stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy.
Welcome back to the show here at Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. We've completed 2 matches of today here at Stream A, and we are going to be jumping
Check
into
out the Pando
match
Pet
of
Cafe to
today.
play with
And
me.
that is going to be Bigatron Alpha versus Team Liquid Indonesia. Once again, another Indonesia versus Indonesia game. My name is Abstract, and this time we have a little bit of a shuffle and rotation in the casters. This time we have Sadafa and Rema back on this couch. And this time, I thought, Sadafa, you told me that you are Renmar. Like, transformation, beast mode, Rendafa going on.
Wait,
What's going on?
that's why that started?
Yeah. In this case, like I can do anyone, you know? I swapped places with
what?
Marco this time.
So you are
Freezing.
what, Mirko now?
Yeah, I've swapped with Marco.
Mukdafa.
You're
Yeah.
You're Mukdafa.
I stole this spot on the couch from him.
So now the question is, who's the beast?
Does anyone have to be the beast?
We can all be the beast.
Here,
Someone
we
has to be
we
the
have
top.
this one.
Someone
Here
has
we
to be
go.
the top, and someone's got to be the bottom.
That's a lot of
He's
things.
on top.
That's a lot of things. That is not a beast.
That's a bird.
That is
Hey, a
way
bird
too
can
cute.
be a beast.
They
Beasts can be cute.
But it's not.
Technically, birds are beasts, right? Just not
Yeah.
like ferocious beasts.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That chicken
Unless
I
you're
fought when
talking-
I was like 6 years old. I think that was
That's
something.
a different case.
Yeah.
No, speaking of beasts though, these 2 teams that we see up over here, they are definitely one heck of a beast as well. As we take a look at the team head-to-head between these 2 teams, we've got very minuscule amount of difference between these 2 teams, right? When it comes down to team average kills, we've got Team Liquid ID that is on the lead by a tad little bit, average player DPM by a tad bit as well, team average GPM by a... Okay, that's not too bad. That's like close to 50 GPM more.
Yeah, just a slight differences. It's interesting because on one side you have a team that coming in their mostly rookie season, you can't count it as a rookie season as a team, becoming the champions of Indonesia, qualifying for the M6 World Championship, second best team in the world at the end of 2024. They've taken a dip a bit after that. They weren't supposed to be part of Challenge Season. They ended up in Challenge Season. They solidified themselves as, yeah, we deserve to be here, even though originally we didn't qualify. Made it to Challenge Finals up against a team that, yeah, they have a lot of players who already have like 1 season under their belt, but with a new roamer in Light, even though he has experience with Eman, it'll take some time, I feel like, for Bigatron to like completely mesh together.
Yeah, I think so. Bigatron, they're still finding that synergy, but this is obviously a lineup with a lot of potential, right? A lot of people have already been mentioning that this is probably among the strongest that Bigatron Alpha has ever looked. And well, since Mirko is not on the couch, you know, since I replaced him, I have to say, like, right, they're the strongest team in the world, you know, undefeated in M6, you know, gotta get that all out of the way.
You are you're treating it like housekeeping.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, best team in the world, yada yada yada. Move on.
Yeah.
What?
Technically, at this point in time,
I
it kinda
gotta
is.
check every box on the list.
You gotta get a checklist. All right.
So, okay, so at least when it comes down to Bigatron Alpha, you know, Mirko has been, you know, hyping them up a lot and saying that they are the best team in the world and the kind of stuff. But they lost their game against Onyx Philippines, so now I guess they are seeking comeback against Team Liquid Indonesia. How's that gonna work out? Well, for now, unfortunately Mirko isn't here, so in this case, Sadafa, you will act as Mirko and you will hype them up. Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, we got Luke, we got Superkin, we got Moreno, we got Light, and we got Eman. This is the potential strongest roster ever, according to Mirko. And we, of course, want to see what they're capable of. Like we mentioned, they did just come off of a defeat to Onyx earlier today, so they're going to be looking to make a little bit of a reversal there to get that momentum back. Light and Eman going to be the new additions coming in here, imports from the Filipino side. It's a little sad that we don't get to see Pamela though, you know. I think a lot of us were hoping to see a lot more from that player, but yeah, Light came in and took over.
I miss Pamela, like, at this point in time. Like, Light, I think he's got nothing against Pamela.
Well, I mean, give him some time, man. He just joined the
I
team.
guess. I mean,
Not everyone can be like Pamela, join in, make an impact right away.
got
you
big
know?
shoes to fill,
We
you
needed
know.
to see like
Yeah.
versus Pamela. That's what we wanted.
Oh man, we were talking about this. We need to have an understanding as to where Pamela has went. But one thing's for sure, Pamela didn't go to Liquid Indonesia though. Riman, talk us through this.
Yeah, everyone knows them as the second best team in the world at the end of 2024. A team that no one expected to suddenly become the champions of Indonesia, but here they are. And I gotta say, even though they won in their victory earlier against Team Flash, it didn't end up the series that we expected it to be. There were people who were already thinking that Team Liquid is just gonna run over Flash. They should be over quick. It was still a 2-0 win for them, but Team Flash fought back. But it is against a team that is good and can keep up with their team fighting, where Team Liquid ID showed off their best strength. They know when their power spike will be. Always watch out for around the 7 or 8 minute mark. If Team Liquid ID is falling behind, they will find a victory scenario from a team fight that they will force themselves or they will respond to around 7 to 8 minutes.
They are great at combat games, right? In that case, I gotta have to say it, bro. When it comes down to Indonesian games, there is so much brawling going on in the early stages of the game. They are so good at playing in the early stages. Very reminiscent to how Malaysians play the game as well. So it's come to the point whereby Singapore and Philippines have kind of got like same play style. Malaysia and Indonesia have got the similar play style as well.
The thing about TLID though is that even in the Brawl server that is Indonesia, they stand out as being just a team that always wants to be causing havoc across the map, right? Aaron Shiki, who was previously awarded the moniker of untouchable when he went on a streak of no deaths during MPL, did end up dropping that towards the M6 World Series, but is still a very, very strong player. And it's kind of shifted his style a bit to be more willing to run at the opponent. This is a cavalry that will run at their opponents. This is a stampede. And they are so capable of handling themselves individually that scrappy fights are just their specialty.
Yeah, we gotta have a bit of a history correction there, though. It was during the M6 World Championship where he earned himself the name of Untouchable. He didn't do it in Indonesia. He did it on the world stage. His first world stage appearance, and he connected a string of games together where he went deathless, or maybe even just at least one death. But I mean, I know that's not deathless, but the dude was racking up kills.
It's okay.
Died less than like 3 times.
Take the number one away.
And get the assist, you know.
And their journey happened so quickly that I
Yeah.
don't even remember exactly when everything happened. It feels so compressed.
Yeah, for a moment I thought it's because my age is just catching up, dude. I can't even remember anything anymore.
How are you again?
30. Shut up, you! Okay. Team statistics. Let's talk about this from the side of Bigatron Alpha. Most pick with Cho on 4, Granger, Valentina, Akai, and Akai.
I'm licking my lips. Wait, no. Yeah, I'm doing things with my hands. Wait, no. I'm just happy I see Akai. I see Akai there. I'm very happy.
I think you're a bit too happy. You gotta tone that down a little bit here, sir.
No, crank it up a notch. Let's bring the camera in.
But I like the spread of Bigatron Alpha's hero
Spread,
picks. There's a good amount of like utility, crowd control, damage as well, and teams respect a lot on their side.
That's good. That's very good. We've lost the sauce here, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go.
I think I've had too much sauce.
Okay. I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down. Okay, good stuff all the way through. But how about TLID though? I mean, TLID we technically have got their we have quite a lot of stats on them since they played all the way from challenge season all the way until now as well. I'm not too sure whether we'll have more that information back up again because we saw that in the first match of the day. Relatively similar kind of information as well. I mean, let's be honest here. We have always been seeing Sin being banned, and that is always going to be at the top of the list. But after the two matches that we have played today and seen today, I think that Loi have got quite a lot of impact in the games thus far, and we gotta have to really put Loi as one of the main on the main spotlight.
Yeah.
I mean, map rotation always going to be important, right? Diversion plays a big role in that, but it is also possible to out-diversion the diversion itself, which TLID did earlier today. Their first game was won by Favian, just jumping into backline and somehow catching Curtisi off guard to get the backdoor victory. Looking at the bans and picks for the side of TLID, we already witnessed this earlier, but the numbers are a little bit more buffed after their previous matchup, Fanny and Joy still being the priority ban. But we see that Eve actually being the hero most teams don't want to deal with compared to Loi.
Yeah, I think for when you're going up against Team Liquid ID, you're always looking first at the junglers. The trinity of Alpha, Suyo, Joy for Favian. Earlier now, though, that they showed up something up against Team Flash that I feel like Bigatron Alpha needs to respect, that now they have a go-to Jawhead option. They play 2 Jawhead games up against Team Flash, so now that's something Bigatron Alpha has to watch out for. Alongside, at the same time, the fact that they have a former top global Matilda in Widdy the Wise. So that's something Bigatron Alpha needs to respect.
So out of these 2 teams, okay, we will be able to bring out the talent predictions between the 2 of you guys soon. But you know, let's gonna get the teasing going on again. You know, what are you guys looking out for, and which very specific player you guys are looking out for?
Oh, that is a good question. In the end, after what we saw earlier, Favian still sticks out quite a bit. He has been the star player of TLID throughout all of last year. Obviously, Yehezkiel, Aaron Shiki both do a very good job as well. Whereas on the side of Bigatron, I think we gotta pay attention to Light. He is the setter, he is the map opener. He's the one who's gonna be setting the pace.
Yeah. But for Bigatron Alpha, there's the Grazer.
Yep.
Team Liquid ID can decide to rush either the Suyo.
Well, hold on a second. I believe that we can talk about predictions now. What is it gonna be like? At least for Sadafa, what is your prediction?
I think I forgot what I wrote.
Okay,
actually.
never mind.
I think I did actually put Bigatron though.
You're getting old.
Yeah.
How about yours? 2-0, 2-0.
Okay, I did.
Okay, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0.
We're all Bigatron.
We're all Bigatron.
I think it just goes to show how much hype there is around this Bigatron roster.
I guess it's all just Mirko doing Mirko things.
Yeah, I think
he sold his concept to us.
I don't know. I sold myself onto Bigatron. I saw the lineup and heard about it. It's like, hey, that's really good. But to be fair, after what we've seen, even though it was just 1 series for both of them, after what we've seen so far, it looks like it's a little bit more favored for Team.
The immortal one chose me to
I'm kind of surprised you guys both put 2-0.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah,
Like,
me too. I'm surprised.
Second place M6 and you don't give them even 1 game? Like, okay, if you want to put your stocks on Bigatron, I get it. I did the same, but 0?
I think it comes to the point whereby I put 2-1, 2-1, maybe too much 2-1. Maybe this one can be a 2-0.
No, this isn't like the exam multiple choice
that's the whole
paper.
point.
You
C,
can't
I
just
put
see
C
like
too many times.
there's too
I gotta
many
put a
C.
B.
No, you can't just do that. It's not the same concept here.
It could be.
You know, I can't argue that.
Yeah, we will find out at the end of the match, right? Shall we? Well, in the meantime, we do have got the Joy that's been picked up from the side of Team Liquid Indonesia, and Bigatron Alpha picked up a Badang as well as the Suyo.
We all knew Badang was probably going to get played. I'm kind of surprised that just like throughout the first match we just didn't see him, but then the second matches everyone was going Badang.
Not exactly worked in the best way though, right, Rama?
Yeah, I just hope this goes to the XP lane, please. But
please,
a part of me is thinking this still might end up becoming a Roam Badang again. I mean, that's what the Bigatron played it as, if I'm not mistaken.
But Liquid already looking kind of scary, right? Even.
Oh, there he is! Dance
Go.
for us, baby.
Why? Why am I gonna dance for you? Just because
stood
I
up.
stood up, now
Yeah.
you're telling me to dance for you?
Yeah?
No, I will analyze for you and do my job first. So they picked up the Akai because there's an Eve on the other side. I think now this means that the Badang will go EXP, then that will be a Roam Akai. Because if ever you get caught with the real world manipulation or any crowd control, just you pop the heavy spin, you can get out of it, you're safe. And you also annoy the Joy if you really time the heavy spin well enough.
That's true.
Now I will dance.
Now you will dance.
But in my head.
Yeah, it hasn't been called Hurricane Dance for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was called Hurricane.
Yeah.
Back
But yes, Akai going to be very solid here for all the reasons that Renmar already mentioned. Liquid has very strong team fight with Eve and Gatot setting up. So having the Akai to disrupt that and make sure that the Joy doesn't just get a free pathway into the backline is going to help a lot. And if you look at the Akai and Badang together, Bigatron actually has a lot of tools of stopping Fabian from just going ham.
They have a very good control of team fight just from the Badang plus the Akai combination. I mean, aside from the fact that Eve has got control during the entirety of the RWM, everyone else doesn't quite have that. I like how Team Liquid Indonesia decided to pick both the Eve and the Gatot together, considering the fact that the taunt coming from Gatot is one of the only few things that can really snap the RWM away from the Eve, considering you've got so much court control as during RWM.
Even ban out the Valentina just to make sure the RWM doesn't get stolen away. So Team Liquid is definitely keeping their bases covered. What we saw from TLID in their first match today against Flash as well is that despite their bombastic run throughout M6, they're not actually the most stable team still. They do run into some issues. They have a tendency to rely on straight up scrapping even when they're playing safer compositions where you can just poke from the back line. So that is something that Bigatron can take advantage of. If they can somehow out-micro Team Liquid and split them up, they actually have good chances.
I wonder if they're going to consider pairing this Akai up with a Farsa. Because it doesn't look... Okay, to be honest, it doesn't look good for a Farsa with the Joy and the Gatot Gacha. But it's the old combo of the Akai and Farsa from way back. And then you'll have a lot of reach around the Moskov. So you have the Akai to either pin down or push people away, while the Farsa and the Moskov just have like a good distance from anyone that might threaten them, while the Suyo and Badang are just wreaking havoc in the back line.
I don't really like the Farsa too much though. I think every hero on TLID right now kind of counters Farsa.
Yeah.
So rather than that, they can go for... Sicilian's already banned, so the alternative Xavier is an option. Otherwise, we've seen in the past Kadita as a counter to Eve.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind a Kadita, especially if you have someone a little bit slower on this side.
So we're bringing the Bruno back, and even when it comes down to Lucas, is also joining into the fray. So there's an EXP Lucas with the Joy going into the jungle.
Yeah.
Roam, Gatot Gacha.
Tanky, Magic. It's just a good damage profile for Team Liquid ID. Respectable sources of crowd control, good AoE.
Pretty decent kind of defenses as well, I would say.
Yeah, they can threaten a huge snowball quickly. That's a very solid. It's a very Team Liquid ID lineup.
Solid front line, good team fight potential, great late game scaling. I think actually Bigatron could consider switching Akai to EXP if they didn't already plan to do so.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be a better matchup into Lucas comparatively.
Novaria.
Oh, the Novaria, okay.
A little bit better. I mean,
decent pokes all the way through. I mean, since they have the Suyo, they have good pokes, but Team Liquid Indonesia, they have pretty beefy front lines as well, and the front-to-back game is pretty not bad too.
Yeah, and they do switch the Akai to the EXP. They still keep the Badang and the Roam. Something about the lineup of Bigatron and Alpha just screams: if you lose in the first 5 minutes, you're pretty much done. That lineup is going to take a while to get proper damage.
That is a very high-stake game then. I mean, you gotta have to you gotta go all in. You gotta have to play the best game right from the start. Team Liquid Indonesia, you are going up against Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha has been hyped up crazily, but they didn't really quite have that good of a run in their very first game. Maybe it's time to take them down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into match number 3.
Now, will it be the kings of the Brawl server that come out on top, or the brand new challengers with hidden potential? That is the question that all of us are waiting for an answer to. It looks like we're gonna jump into a quick pause, but that'll give us a little bit more time to discuss things, Renmar.
Yeah, I'm really just looking at the lineup of BTR, and because of what Lucas does around the first turtle, once he hits level 4, if Bigatron aren't playing their positioning right around the first objective, it could lead to an invade after the first turtle, and that BTR will just end up losing more real estate in their jungle and just give more resources to TLID early on. maybe I know the Novaria worked out very
I'm
well
hungry.
for TLID earlier, but I feel like it's still early. That maybe I'm just not accustomed to the Novaria being back yet in the meta, considering that her damage profile hasn't been suitable for the meta in quite some time.
Like, Novaria worked very well for TLID in their first match because it was against the Lo Yi, right? It gave them more vision, control across the map, and comboed well with the Granger. In this case, they don't really have that, so it's not going to be quite as effective, especially against a comp like TLID's, which moves very quickly, but can still be solid overall in providing that big team fight slow, right? Because with Akai and the Badang, Bigatron just wants to lock down their opponents.
Luke using Flicker, interesting. I thought he'd go down the Revitalize EXP route. They needed that good source of healing and self-sustain. In terms of the emblems, it's full tank, so they're treating this Akai really as just another main front line. It's essentially a tank. It's essentially a roamer at this point.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Bigatron needs a front line in this case, especially since we know, oh, hold on. Luke already forced to use Flicker quite early on. A lane cut from Aran with backup from Fabian. Gonna force out a very early battle spell. Aran still in trouble. Light chasing him down, but this is very early. Badang, does he have the damage? Oh, the Star Shatter misses. I think Aran should be able to get out here. Another wall comes out and goes in, gets the shield back up, and punishes Light for overcommitting.
Oh, what a punish, and it did hurt that the Star Shatter from the Novaria missed. That could have been. It most likely would have ended up into a 1-1 trade because Light used his Flicker initially. But then he was also, Aran was also able to get a bit of the healing coming back with this combo. So Fabian here threatened by 2.
Blade Surge going to miss. Fabian still playing around cooldowns. Will be able to dash out very easily. And for now, looks like Team Liquid still in control.
Quiet on the upper portion of the map. Both gold laners are straight in and out, and Bigatron Alpha has succeeded the first hurdle for Team Liquid ID. Unleft, they will try.
Ooh, that's going to be a taunt on Super Ken. He has to dash out. The electrifying beats used. Heavy spin, not going to be enough as Fabian secures the turtle, and now Super Ken caught out in the RWM. Luke being chased down, poked low. Not quite enough to finish him off, but TLID has got what they came for.
Yeah, way too risky to contest that. Aran and Widdy knew exactly where Ken was.
Top lane.
Zoned him out top side.
Yeah, they're just diving Eman. That's a 2-man gank right there. And Team Liquid is taking no prisoners.
That was such a fast conversion. The last time we saw Fabian, he was in the lower half of the map and then easily able to come back up top and then get that and commit to help get that kill onto Eman. So right now, I think we're just seeing as to why